Three, two, one. Hello, everybody. God bless you. What a wonderful day. What a beautiful day this is. This is Eric, aka Wolfbitten. Tonight we got a special little thing there. As a matter of fact, I have a guest. He goes by David the Infidel. His regular name is just David. How you doing, David?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm doing wonderful. Thank you for asking, and thank you for coming.
Of course.
Now, today, um, something just a little bit shocking. We have the possibility that I will actually change my position today. Everybody knows my stance on evolution. Everybody knows that I believe science has proven beyond a shadow of a doubt that evolution is just incorrect. So, tonight, David is going to bring to us reasons why he believes in common descent. We have in science, in the theory of evolution, what's called the tree of life of common descent. And the idea that man and chimp are related by a common ancestor would be part of that tree of life of common descent. And David, it's just going to be a really simple subject. He's going to explain to us why he believes in common descent. And I think we're going to be using especially the common descent hypothesis between man and chimpanzee. But so that's going to be our subject, basically. We may stray off to include a few other things. It's just going to be an informal, open discussion between us, but that's basically going to be the topic. Now, if he can prove common descent, I have given my word that I will, in fact, change my position and I will embrace evolution. But I don't think that's going to happen. Of course, my guest David is sure that he can do this. So, and let me say this about David. I met David on Facebook in a group that talks about atheists and agnostics and Christians being polite to one another, that they are polite. It's a polite group. I think David agrees with me that even though we're on opposite sides of the spectrum, it's polite as long as everybody agrees.
That has been my experience, yes.
Yes, okay. So David and I, even though we're on opposite sides of the spectrum here, we have had the same experience there. But still, I'm not bad mouthing the group. That's, I guess, to be expected. Every group likes to think the best of itself, and every group, I'm sure, has work to do to improve. So, don't take that as bad talking the group. Anybody that's listening or may want to visit the group. I have met some good people there on both sides of the spectrum, all sides of the spectrum, and we've had some great conversations. Now, David and I have a lot in common. He has a sweet Jeep. He has a Tesla. The Jeep is a workhorse. The Tesla, of course, everybody knows Elon. We both admire Elon, and we're both Trump supporters. Well, no, I'm sorry. I'm the Trump supporter. Okay, he's not. But we are both fans of Elon. We both do like Teslas. We both like sweet Jeeps. Now, how about sweet muscle cars? Are you a fan of muscle cars?
Yeah, my first car was a 1968 Oldsmobile Cutlass with a 455 in it that I rebuilt pretty much from scratch with a manual and some borrowed tools. So, yes, I have a sweet spot for hot rods as well.
All right, cool. So you see, we really do have a lot in common. Now, he is atheist, on the other hand, and I'm a believer in Christ and salvation and the sacrifice of Christ. I'm a believer in creation as opposed to evolution. And I think tonight, no matter what your position is, you're going to hear some things that will make you think, and that's a good thing. So I'd like for everybody to be polite to the atheists, be polite to the Christians if you're in the chat. Anybody too that would like to come on later, if we have enough time, we'll bring anybody on from both sides that may want to come on, and we will take questions and answers from the chat. So you're going to have to give me a little bit of time, though, to look on occasion to see if there are any questions in chat. And of course, if anybody wants in, I am going to place a link here. Pardon me just a second, and then I'm going to there's a link right there towards the end of the program if anybody wants to come in. All you'll have to do is click this link and it will bring you backstage and we can bring you on. So let me, David, so why don't you go ahead and tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, thanks, Eric. Appreciate it. Well, I think because most people are curious about the atheist part more than anything, I am one of the few atheists that I know that never believed. I was raised in a nominally Christian home. I went to church, Sunday school with friends, went to Bible study. But I have an interesting quick anecdote, if you'll indulge me a little. I, at a very young age, thought it was kind of a social game. Right? I thought it was just what we did when we went to church. I didn't actually think everyone really believed it. And I remember the moment I was, I won't give specifics, but I was at a Pentecostal church here in town and I saw some folks slayed in the spirit. And it has suddenly hit me that people really believed this, that it wasn't a social game. And I tried many times to believe it. I went to some altar calls. I did some things to try my best, but I never actually believed. Sorry, there's a beeping sound. I don't know if you hear that. And so I started kind of dedicating a portion of my life anyways to reading everything I could, not only about Christianity and Judaism, but about Eastern religions, trying to find a truth if there was a truth to be known. All the while still unconvinced of any deity. I do admit I've been a lover of science from a very young age. I remember my fourth grade teacher having trilobites in the classroom, and I was completely enamored with the fossils, and have loved science ever since. Now, I am not a biologist. I am a layman, complete layman. And that's the thing about this that I think is important is it does not take a biology degree or any special training to understand evolution at the level that I do. And it sounds like Eric might have a better grasp of it than most creationists I've talked to, at least so far. Everything he said about it, I agree with, at least with what it teaches. So I can't yet say he doesn't understand it. And so I guess that's where we're at. I mean, I was big into arguing online for a long time. And I'm just coming back to getting involved in some of these discussions. For me, the fact, I'll call it a fact, I know you don't agree, but the fact that we share a common ancestor with other animals seems overwhelming. It seems like any person that honestly looks at the evidence would come to that conclusion. However, I know that's not the case because I'm surrounded by many that claim to have and do not hold that position. So that puts me in the position of trying to do my best to put that information out there. I can't change anybody's mind. I know you said earlier that I might think I can change your mind tonight. I don't think I'll change your mind tonight. My hope is that for especially the nominal atheists or those that are unsure if Christianity and evolution can coexist, I think they can. Hopefully for them listening, they'll hear some things tonight that persuade them that my side is correct. So I guess that's what I've got to say. If you have any specific questions, Eric, fire away.
Yeah, well, thank you. And, I do understand, first of all, I understand your position on, some of the things that you may see at church that would turn somebody away, kind of turn their stomach away from the church. I myself Have you ever heard the old phrase, clean up your own backyard?
Oh, yeah.
Well, I spend a lot of times, believe it or not, trying to clean up my own backyard. Um, I jump on Christians all the time for embarrassing the church. I think that they many times bring a very bad light on God, on the church, on Christians. They can make us appear pretty damn stupid, if you don't mind the French there. Pardon me.
I don't.
But,
But I
but
also am highly, well, let's just say I often argue with atheists when they make bad arguments, and there's plenty of them bad arguments out there to be made. So
yeah,
we agree that just
mhm,
because they're on our team doesn't mean we should allow them to make bad arguments.
that's right. So, I stand really strong against money mongers and people that want to act like they're having conversations in tongues and what they call holy laughter and
Oh, yeah.
marching up and down the aisles barking like dogs.
Hmm.
It's ridiculous stuff. Um, and stuff that never happened in the early church. But I will say this, though. Um, when I first began to study this subject myself, just so you'll know my position, um, this wasn't something that I was decided against right off the bat. Evolution was something that I've always believed that God Himself, as a believer, I believe in God. I believe that God is Almighty. I believe that He's able to do anything, any way He chooses. And if He would have chosen to use evolution, I could have grasped and embraced theistic evolution. And I would have. I truly would have. I'm not kidding. But it wasn't. So it wasn't the fact that I believe in God that I said no, it can't be. What happened with me was I simply wanted to know the truth. And so I took what I heard over here in the classroom and what I heard over here in the church, and I just tuned it out, tuned them both out, both sides. And then what I did, I looked at the claims that were made uh, by both sides. I looked at the claims that were made, and when it came to evolution, I looked at the what the science books, the textbooks taught, and then I went further. This is where I think was the key, and I've done the same with my theology too. I don't just stop at what this preacher says or what this theologian says or what this denomination says, and the same with my science. I go straight to the source. Like, for instance, with evolution, I've gone way past that. I've literally read over 1,500 peer reviewed papers and looked to find out what the observations were as compared to what the hypotheses were that were built on top of those observations. And then I've looked to see what testing, if any, has been done on these hypotheses, falsification processes. And then I've looked to find out what those test results were. And that's how I've arrived to my conclusion. Now, that doesn't say I'm right. So, and nor would I ever say I know it all on either subject, because I certainly do not. But I seek to know the important things and to know where I stand. So let me ask you, a little bit earlier you mentioned, and this is just like a preliminary question for everybody to understand your stance. This is not debatable or anything, just your opinion. Preliminary question for everybody to understand your stance. This is no.
Sorry about that. Go ahead.
That's okay. You spoke a little bit earlier about the fact of evolution, and I understand a lot of people believe evolution is fact, and that's okay. They're entitled to their opinion. But why, in your opinion, do you believe that evolution is a fact as opposed to a hypothesis?
Because I believe it has been tested and confirmed over and over again, largely for the last 150 years, but most significantly in the last 50 years. I believe that the overwhelming amount of evidence now has gotten to a point where I like to draw a distinct, or not a distinction, but a similarity when we think of perhaps Newtonian physics.
Here's
right?
what I found.
Oh, sorry. My Siri thinks I'm talking to her. Newtonian physics. So Newtonian physics is right, but it was only part of the story, right? And then Einstein came along and showed us, another layer. So could there be an Einsteinian revolution that encapsulates evolutionary theory in the way that quantum mechanics and other things have for Newtonian gravity? Sure. That doesn't mean that Newtonian physics doesn't work. So what we know about evolution, I believe we know to be true. What we don't know may teach us broader things, but I don't think we'll ever invalidate it because of just the massive amount of evidence, the testing, the way in which we construct these things and I know I heard you speak about falsifiability. We can talk about that later. Because in all of the evidences that I want to talk about tonight, I'll give you examples of how they could be falsified, because I think that's important. But yeah, I definitely think we would call it a fact using common language. I don't want to get pedantic tonight. I might use the word proof by accident. I've realized proof only, relates to mathematics, but for the most part, you'll know what I'm saying. So I think we can both agree not to be overly pedantic with the language tonight.
No, that's cool with me. By the way, when I'm having my discussions, I like to have an occasional little brew.
Okay.
And so I almost never have more than one, but it's good for my health. It's for a number of reasons. And it's a nice dark Modelo. Many times I like a Guinness instead, but tonight I'm going for Modelo.
Great.
But
I've only got ice water right now, but my wife is listening to this in the other room, so she might. Oh yeah, she just texted me, "Do you want a beer?" So maybe I'll have her bring me a beer as well, so we can share one virtually.
That's fine. Congratulations. Cheers. And so I understand why you would think that evolution is a fact. I understand that a lot of people believe this, but let me just say, I think that some of the evidence is a little bit overblown, and I hope that in our discussion, maybe I can show this to you. But
sure.
On the other hand, I've got a completely open mind, sincerely, and so you believe that common descent is a fact of life and a fact of evolution, right? One of the evidences. Okay. Now, I told you that I would let you give us, without going into detail. And cheers, brother.
Cheers.
Without going into detail, any great detail about any one particular reason, can you give us a short list of reasons why you believe common descent is a fact? What do you base that on?
Sure. So first, I just want to draw the distinction. We had talked specifically about demonstrating that chimpanzees and humans share a common ancestor. And so most of what I wanted to talk about tonight had to do with that specific example. But more broadly, since your question was just about common descent in general, I would say probably the best single piece of evidence broadly is what is known in evolutionary circles as summation, and particularly the way that evolution unites all of biology. And I know you said briefly, so what I would say is we can construct phylogenetic trees using whatever we want. We can use comparative anatomy, we can use paleontology, we can use geographical isolation, we can use genetics, we can use specific proteins. Heck, we can even use lice on mammals to construct a tree and show lineages, right? And then, almost as if it was a miracle, forgive the pun, they all line up, but they were all built using completely different methods. Now, I know obviously the common creator argument comes in, so I have some evidence that I believe goes around that objection. But I think summation at the end of the day is one of the strongest evidences. The fact that I can build a nested hierarchy or a phylogenetic tree using just comparative anatomy and build a separate one using just DNA. And when I overlap them, they actually match, right? That is completely consistent with common descent. It would also be consistent with a common designer, perhaps, although I think that would be a lazy designer, but who am I to judge that? So I think that's probably one of the best overall thing that for all of common descent that I would use.
Okay. Now, what do you think is the most reliable phylogenetic tree? Do you think it's based on the one based on morphology or the one based on DNA?
Yeah, DNA for sure. I mean, we know for a fact there are convergent evolution. For instance, if you only use morphology, you would look at a shark and a dolphin, and you would think that they're closely related. Or even a whale and a dolphin. I mean, a whale is more closely related to a hippopotamus, on my account, than it is to a dolphin, and that's what the DNA tells us. And so I think while comparative anatomy is a useful tool and it's directionally correct, it's not always correct.
Yeah, a good example of not being correct would be the dire wolf.
Yep.
For a very long time, I remember when I was a kid, we had these conversations even then between atheists and theists. And I would ask them, well, what do you think the common ancestor is for like dogs, wolves, things like that? The various types of wolves that we have listed as different species. And the common answer that I always got was the dire wolf. And I'm sure you're aware of the recent studies that have shown that the dire wolf isn't related to the wolf or the dog at all. They, as a matter of fact, need to have their own.
Relative, yeah.
Yeah, they need to have their own classification. So I agree with you that morphology is interesting, but it's many times wrong. Something that I like to remind everybody when it comes to morphology and when it comes to deciding what is and is not a transitional fossil. Without trying to sound arrogant or offensive, I generally like to say that transitional fossils are a matter of people's subjective opinion, and without proper testing, it's basically good science fiction. There's no way to put them to the test. So we have.
Can I just make a comment about that quickly?
Yes,
because I think it's prudent. So the interesting thing is, I often hear fossils don't come out of the ground with tags on them, right? You have to interpret the evidence, and everyone that interprets the evidence uses their worldview to do so. And I totally agree with that. I think one of the most interesting things is, though, if we're to just hone in, and this is probably a relevant topic here, on hominid evolution, right? There are scores of different hominid species that we have, not only just a single example of, but multiple examples. We have Australopithecines, and within them, several species, and within each species, many unique specimens. And so when these specimens are laid out in what we, or what the current understanding is of how they're related, creationists often will say, well, from here over, these are all just apes, not understanding that humans are apes, but and from here over, these are all just humans. But the thing is, every creationist that's asked draws that line in a different place, and I don't think they realize that they're making our point for us. They're making the point that this is a gradual change, that the idea of a species is malleable. It's a man-made idea that we foist onto nature. Sometimes nature plays by our definition, and as you know, sometimes it doesn't. So I just think that it's interesting. You're right. We all bring our own worldview to those things. We all interpret that evidence through that as much as we try not to. But in this particular example, I do think it proves the point that everyone is going to draw that line in a different place. So,
yeah. Now, do you disagree with this? The way we determine what is a transitional fossil, of course, a lot of the people that I speak to would say every fossil is transitional. Some people would say every fossil is transitional with the exception of those that went extinct. Um,
Okay.
so I can, I can see where both come into would be believed by somebody, especially atheists or agnostics,
Okay.
theistic evolutionists. But the truth is, at least I believe this is the truth. Maybe you'll disagree, but I'll give you a chance to give your
Sure.
opinion on this. From what I see, uh, we dig a fossil out of the ground,
Yep.
and we may have had several similar fossils that we have dug out of the ground, just like that fossil, or very much like it. And let's use the let's see.
Let
Let's
me guess.
use
You're going
let's
to talk
use
about Archaeopteryx.
yeah, let's use the Archaeopteryx.
Yeah, I thought you were going to go there.
So we have the Archaeopteryx,
Yep.
and we dig it out of the ground, and when they look at it, they say, okay, well, this has very similar features to a theropod dinosaur.
Okay.
And this over here is very similar to modern day birds. So we have similarities between within the Archaeopteryx between theropod dinosaurs and modern birds. So the hypothesis is that it is a transitional form between the two, and it is ancestored by its ancestors were the theropod dinosaurs of some sort, and its descendant was eventually the modern day birds.
Got it.
Okay, so all of this based on looking at it.
Mm-hmm.
You dig it out of the ground and you
Yep.
look at it,
Yep.
and that's it. But then comes, okay, the critical part where we have to say, okay, now we have the hypothesis. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with the hypothesis. But now, how do we test that hypothesis?
Yeah.
Now, the only way to test that particular hypothesis to see whether or not that they really are a transitional form between the two is to test its DNA
Mm-hmm.
and to test the DNA of the theropod dinosaur. And we have the DNA of modern birds, of course.
Yeah.
So, in other words, we don't have a way to test these, which brings me to something that was said by Dr. Colin Patterson, who was the former uh, head paleontologist at the British Museum of Natural History. When he wrote his book on evolution and was on a world tour, he was asked why he had no pictures of transitional fossils. And he made that very specific claim. He said, fossils can tell us many things, but they can't tell us whether or not they were related to anything else because there's just no way to test them. He says, we can come up with all kinds of reasons why it may have been logical for this form to give way to that form and on down the line, but there's no way to put them to the test, and that's not even science. So, um, so my point to this is, I understand, and I have no problem at all with holding the hypothesis that perhaps they're related. I'm just saying that in this case, it's an untestable and unfalsifiable hypothesis. And if it's an unfalsifiable hypothesis, there's no way
Yeah.
to put it to the test. It's just pretty much a story. So that would be my problem with that. But would you disagree with that at all?
Yes. In a few ways. One, I think you're speaking about this very narrowly, and what I mean is, Archaeopteryx and its existence does not exist in a vacuum. Long before we got our first specimen of Archaeopteryx, the hypothesis was already there, right? That birds are descended from dinosaurs. That predates Archaeopteryx by a long shot. Not even considering that it sat in a drawer for 40 years in China before they knew what it was, or before that. So that was the hypothesis before we found Archaeopteryx. So that's point number one. Point number two, I would say, is that we have many examples of this. I think I spoke to you briefly about the discovery of Tiktaalik. I'm sure you're familiar with the discovery of Tiktaalik.
Quadruped, yeah.
Yeah, so
Tetrapod.
yeah, that was probably the best example. Neil Shubin was very clear in documenting the entire case. He noticed something. He noticed morphological similarities between different animals. He made a hypothesis that they're related and that he would be able to find a transitional fossil. He worked with geologists to narrow down what strata he would find this in and what part of the world. And he went and dug and he found it. Now, you can make the claim that that's not a test, but that's a test by any broad definition of the word test. He had a hypothesis, he tested it, and he found it exactly where he thought it would be, and it looked almost exactly like he had thought it would look. So that's a test, and that verified it. Right now, you talked about falsifiability. I think one of the best ways to falsify common descent is to find an atavism that exists outside of the nested hierarchy. Now, I don't know if everyone knows what that means, so I'll briefly explain. An atavism is a trait in an animal that was existent in its, evolutionary past, but no longer existent in that animal. So we'll use birds as an example. Birds do not have teeth. Birds are descended from reptiles. Some reptiles had teeth. So what we have found, and what does happen today, is once in a while, a chicken is born with teeth. Okay, that's an atavism, right? That is an example of genes that were inactivated in the chicken becoming activated again. So how does that lead to falsifiability? If we were to find an atavism that broke the nested hierarchy, right? So if a human was born with feathers, right? Because according to the nested hierarchy, birds and human and mammals both diverged from reptiles. There's no way that birds are on our evolutionary tree, so we don't contain the genes for feathers. So that's a falsifiable thing. Find me a human that's born with feathers would falsify evolution. We do find humans that are born with tails, and I'm not saying structures that look like tails. I'm saying real tails complete with vertebrae and nerves and everything else. That fits the nested hierarchy of when we were related to monkeys. So it is falsifiable. I think you were typing in about atavisms there, so I don't know if you had something to say there.
Yeah. Let me give it a little bit of a pushback,
Please.
back here, just for a second here.
Yeah.
When we were talking about the when you were talking about the
Tiktaalik.
Yeah. You said that he had hypothesized that he would find a particular animal. Now, what exactly did he say he would find or should find?
I have the book, but it's in the other room on the bookshelf. I'd have to pull it down. But he was talking about animals that would exist with traits on both sides. So it would be a fish-like animal, but it would have wrists that could articulate. I don't want to misquote him, but he was pretty clear. And I think you look at the Tiktaalik, it is almost what creationists, sometimes laughably, they often imagine a transitional animal to be a half something and half of something else. And that's clearly not what evolution teaches. A la Kurt Cameron and his crocoduck, right? That would disprove evolution. If there was a crocoduck, it would also break the nested hierarchy. So, but a Tiktaalik is something that, exists. And you can look it up. There's multiple species now, or multiple specimens now found, which is exciting. But again, I wasn't prepared today to talk
about that's okay.
That, or I would have looked it up. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Let me ask one thing though. Isn't it possible that we can sit down right now and say that if evolution is true, then we should find and then pretty much describe any kind of an animal, and eventually we would find something very close to that?
No. I don't think we could. If you and I sat here and said we could find a flying dog, we would never find that.
Well, in any sort of an animal. Like if I was to say, okay, then eventually somewhere, if evolution is true, then we should be able to find something that looks like a fish but instead of fins, it's got little paddles.
And
Or instead
fully
of
articulating wrists in this case.
yeah. And don't we have that? Isn't it true that there are several animals with articulating wrists?
Uh,
Several.
yeah, that's not the single trait. Like I said, I wasn't prepared to list them all. We're not talking about mud skippers though. If you know,
Right. Yeah. The point that I'm making is that I don't think that sitting down and saying, okay, we should eventually find something with this trait, this trait, this trait, and this trait is very impressive.
okay.
I think that's something we should
So
expect.
to rephrase the question, you don't think it's impressive to say, based on my understanding of genetic mutation rates and the ages of when these things evolved according to evolution, I can hypothesize that not only is there a transitional form, it existed this long ago, and then go and find that animal in the
Well, you
strata that
see, if you remember, Tiktaalik was
developed.
also regarded as being the first tetrapod and the first quadruped.
Mhm.
And then we found out that wasn't true. That there are quadrupeds, tetrapods that existed before they did, and they
That's
were all.
tangential to the argument, though.
I also read the actual one of the actual peer-reviewed papers that
Mhm.
was done when they found this little creature, and it's full of words like "we think" and "possibly" and
And
"may
near
have."
yeah.
They don't even know whether or not it lived in the
So
water.
so
They
do
don't.
well, I would push back there. There's some newer research, but, I hear this claim a lot, and it seems to only be made by people, and it's interesting that you make it since you say you've read over 1,500 peer-reviewed studies. That's how scientists talk, especially in the life sciences. I will say physicists are a little more arrogant, but in the life sciences and in science in general, most scientists, I'm not talking about science communicators, I'm not talking about atheists, most scientists are very humble. They realize that they don't know very much outside of their very specific realm of expertise, and they're constantly speaking in non-absolute terms. And I don't find a problem with that. That's just the way they communicate. It's been that way
Well,
for a very long time, long before evolution. If you look at Lyell and geology and things like that, that's just common vernacular to the scientific community. So I think creationists make too much of that. I will say it's only creationists that tend to speak in absolutes, but I guess that follows from their worldview.
like I said, I think it's fine that if they want to hold to a belief or if they want to hypothesize anything about these creatures, that's
Mhm.
fine. Uh, but to actually test them, it's not even actually testable. Uh, I don't. I'm just not impressed. For one thing, I've heard a bunch of people say, well, all of these animals were found exactly in the spot and this and that. There's no proof to that at all. Uh,
Well, I mean, Neil should have been brought along a camera crew when he found Tiktaalik. So there's
right, right. But I mean, we find things that are out of place all the time. Um, like Mr. Armitage, Mark Armitage, he found that Triceratop horn. It was out of place. And
okay.
there's several
Do you not?
things that we find every single day that are just out of place.
Yeah, I mean, I would expect there to be things that are disturbed. I mean, I would expect there to be on a planet that moves and things like that. Like we could talk about polystrate trees, we could talk about whatever.
Mhm.
Most of
Exactly.
those things are well explained,
Yeah.
but yeah, there's definitely some weird stuff out there.
Yeah.
But we don't jump to overturning a well-established scientific principle because there's a few things we found that we think are strange, at least
Yeah.
in my opinion.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and that's you're worthy of that opinion. But in my opinion, that's no different than saying, well, if we were living a couple hundred years ago, the Earth is flat, or we have a geosynchronous solar system. Just
You're
because
not a flat
there's
earther, right? Just checking. There's a lot of them nowadays.
no, of course not.
Okay, good.
No, but just because there's a scientific consensus on something, it doesn't mean that it's right.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So I don't find that convincing. I don't
Yeah.
find it.
I didn't mean to make an argument from popularity or an argument from
I understand. I
yeah.
understand. I do want your list of reasons for
Sure.
believing in common
Yeah.
descent. So
Yeah.
that's all good.
So can we jump into what I think is probably the best evidence for the common ancestry between chimpanzees and humans?
Sure.
Great. And I'm sure you're well aware of where I'm going with this, but I would love to talk about retroviruses and retroviral insertions in the DNA.
Hmm.
Yeah. And so I don't know how top line you want me to go, and we can dig in deeper. Do you want me to lay out my case? How do you want to proceed?
Go ahead. Just take a few minutes and tell us what you think. It's fine.
Okay. So retroviruses, as many know, are a type of virus that their genetic code is based in RNA, not DNA. And the way in which they propagate in organisms is to basically get through the cell wall, well, get into the cell, sorry, break apart the DNA, use an enzyme to reverse transcribe themselves, and they insert their genetic material, which was RNA, and they turn it into DNA. And that becomes part of the host animal's DNA in that cell. And when that cell replicates, it's also replicating the virus. Now, if that happens, obviously, in a body cell, that is lost with the animal, right? The cell dies, that's lost. The animal dies, that's lost. But in some cases, there is a point where a germline cell is actually infected by the virus. And by germline cell, I mean an egg or a sperm. And if that infected egg or sperm is used to fertilize new offspring, then that virus DNA, normally deactivated by now, that virus DNA is passed down to every descendant from then on. And so I think it's important to understand that before I talk about how that relates to chimps and humans. So that's a piece of viral DNA, about 500 base pairs long, and it is inserted, at least in our genome, about, I don't know, 6.4 billion base pairs. It's in there, right? And they're very apparent. We know how to recognize retroviral DNA. There's several markers. And so I think if we were to go back and think about this claim that chimpanzees and humans share a common ancestor, it's not a new claim. I will say back in the 1700s, natural philosophers thought, hey, these are the most human-like animals there are. But they still believed in a fixed species model, so they wouldn't have said that there was a common ancestor. And then by the mid-1800s, obviously, in Darwin, that idea was proposed, the descent of man. And I think it caught on very quickly. But it was based largely, like we talked about earlier, on comparative anatomy. DNA wasn't even known at the time. And I think when DNA of both human genome and then the chimpanzee genome was sequenced, there was a lot of people waiting with bated breath, right? Because this was the moment where we were going to have hard genetic evidence about whether or not this was true. And when they first sequenced the chimpanzee genome, I believe it was '02, but you can correct me on that if I was wrong. We found some great things, but there was also a problem for evolution, which is the number of chromosomes in other non-human apes was not the same as it is in humans. And if we had a common ancestor, that's a problem. So we had hypothesized that they were related. We had some disconfirming evidence. So now we had to go look for another explanation. And we did. We thought there's only two, well, really three other explanations. One, we're wrong and they're not related. Two, there was a chromosomal fusion in the human lineage or a chromosomal deletion in the non-human ape lineage. And you know where this story goes. We went looking and we found the chromosomal fusion on human chromosome number 2. So that was pretty powerful evidence, right? I thought. And but that's not my main evidence. The main evidence takes us back to ERVs. So remember, these are sequences of ancient viral DNA inserted in our genome. They're 500 base pairs long on average, somewhere in 6.5 billion base pair long genome that we have. So how can we use that to confirm our hypothesis that we're related, right? This is the test that you keep asking for. So we're testing it, right? Oh, we know what ERVs are, endogenous retroviruses. We were born with them. They're in our genome. We know all mammals have them. We should be able to find them in the human genome and in the chimpanzee genome in the exact same location if we share a common ancestor. So we went looking. We went looking after the chimp genome was sequenced. And right away, we found 2, which is pretty impressive. And again, not only are these the same virus, they're in the same spot. Out of the 6.5 billion spots they could be, or I guess cut that in half, they're in the same spot. We continued looking. To date, I think we found 205 endogenous retroviruses in the same place between chimpanzees and humans. So, in my opinion, that completely negates the argument from a common designer. We could choose to ask, well, maybe it was just chance. Maybe we could kind of flip the chance argument back on the evolutionists for once, right? And say, okay, maybe it was just chance that these 500 base pair long sequences inserted themselves into the genome in the exact same spot. But when you do the math, it gets real bad real fast. For just 12 of them, the chances are 1 in the number of known atoms in the universe. And for the 205 that we found so far, I don't know how to say this number any other way than scientific notation, but it's 5.88 times 10 to the 1,413th power, which is a ridiculous number, right? So we know that it's not chance, or at least I think you would agree with me that it's not chance. I'm assuming your argument will be different than that. So to me, the existence of ERVs, specifically in the exact same loci between chimpanzees and humans, is ironclad, I would say, especially in light. Again, remember, none of this stuff exists in a vacuum. When we look at summation, when we look at morphology, when we look at all the other things, we're starting to just pile evidences on top of evidences, and none of these evidences rely on each other. These are all independent. I think it's an open and shut case. So
okay, but isn't it true though that mammals can pass on a number of viruses between one another, and often do?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So the fact that we can spread viruses among one another, that's really no indication of itself that we share a common ancestry.
I think you're missing the key point that I made, and I'll just briefly restate it. These viral insertions, these retroviral insertions, are in the same loci.
Well, I'm
okay,
coming.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm coming to that. Now, how do you know it's number one? It's in the exact same location.
Because of the flanking sequences. So,
okay.
Yeah. For those that don't know, we examine the DNA sequence before the viral marker and after the viral marker. You know, for simplicity form, we're looking at ATDG, DDDGA, right? On both sides, we can compare that. And we know, oh, it's in the same spot in the genome. It has the same flanking sequences in both species.
Okay. Well, I'm going to use this to draw out a little bit of a case here.
Okay, great.
So, first of all, do you believe that human DNA and chimp DNA is how much alike, how similar?
Very similar. I don't want to quote a number because it all depends on how you measure it. What I would say is most of our DNA is shared in the high 90 range, but in order to do those analysis, they're often leaving out, I will admit, large chunks of non-functioning DNA or duplicate DNA.
Exactly.
Numbers.
Okay.
That's just the truth of the matter. But at the end of the day, our DNA is more closely related to chimpanzees than it is to any other creature, any other extant creature.
Well, you're touching on
Neanderthals later, but any other extant creature.
Yeah, well, that's fine. You're touching on something that I want to go into, though. Okay. When we say that normally, if you're going to have this conversation, the numbers that people are going to throw at you, which is the likeness between the assumed likeness or the likeness that they teach, is between human and chimp. You're going to run between 94, 96, 98.
Yep.
Sometimes 99%
Yep.
alike. Okay. Now, you're correct, too, in saying, though, that now, when that comes, that's only regarding a specific segment of DNA. For instance, our genes, our chromosomes. Okay.
Yeah, but just to be clear, I didn't make any argument that an amount of DNA we share in common is a reason to believe that we have a common ancestor.
Right,
I purposely didn't make that argument.
Right. I'm not saying you did.
Okay.
Okay. But I'm taking this someplace.
Okay.
But let's draw this out now. Isn't it true that only 1% of our DNA is coded?
So it depends on how you measure that, but a lot of people have bandied that number around. Some people say 5%. Again,
okay,
we're using simplistic language, but
right,
we all measure that differently.
Okay, 1%, 2%, 5%. Let's go with even 5%.
Sure.
Let's say 5% of our DNA is coded. Then when we say that there is a likeness of 95 to 99% likeness between human and chimp DNA, we're actually referring to the coded portions of the DNA, which is only 1 to 5% of the DNA.
Yeah, I don't want to substantiate your numbers, but yes, you're directionally correct.
Yeah, I could pull up the sites to do it, but we agree.
I trust you. Yeah, go for it.
Okay, so as long as we agree, and you're not disagreeing with me on that, then what we can look at then are the substantial papers that talk about the huge differences in the likeness of the rest of the DNA. So when you say that they're in the exact same spot, if you're going to line up the DNA strands, the entire DNA strands, and put them side by side, there's a huge difference.
I mean, you would expect there to be if we diverged anywhere between 7 million and 14 million years ago, but we can get to that later.
Yeah, so there's a large difference, which means that when you're talking about its place before and after the coded DNA, those RNA likenesses are not going to be in the exact same spot on the entire strand when you compare the entire strand.
So the flanking sequences are identical.
Now I will grant you that when you're talking about, the portions that are genetic, the portions that are coded, yes, they're pretty much in the same spot. But as far as I'm concerned, that's not convincing either, because let me give you my idea of what God did.
Okay. So I forgot to ask in the beginning if we were going to mix religion and science, if we were strictly going to stick to science, but I can see. Go ahead.
We can do either, but I just want you to understand why I'm pushing back at this.
That's fine.
Because when we look around us, have you ever worked in a factory, David?
I have not.
Okay. I've worked in a factory, and I've seen how we build things in manufacturing and industry. And when I look at a machine, even one of the machines that one might work in a place where you're manufacturing materials or items or whatever the case may be, these machines are built in a specific way. They obviously never threw themselves together. They were built by an intelligence. You never see these machines building themselves.
I feel like you're leaning towards a 747 in a junkyard here, which is way outside of the realm of what we were talking about.
Well, this is I'm going to bring it back in.
Okay.
I'm going to bring it all together. So you're talking about Dr. Fred Hoyle. Dr. Fred Hoyle was one of the greatest mathematicians of our times. He was an astronomer. He worked with biology a lot. He was a believer not in evolution, and I don't mean evolution. I mean abiogenesis. He didn't believe in abiogenesis.
Okay.
He believed in panspermia, though.
Okay.
He believed that life was brought to the earth, and since you brought it up, he did do this thing where he figured out the mathematical calculations of not just two amino acids combining or something creating an amino acid, but he did a calculation on what would it take, what are the odds of everything just falling together to build a protein, just one protein.
Yeah.
And that calculation brought him to the number of 1 in 10 to the 83rd power, which is more than the number of atoms in the entire universe.
Yeah.
So now let me bring that back. He said that would be like a tornado blowing through a junkyard and throwing together a fully functional 747.
Yeah.
And he said, and that's if you have a universe full of junkyards. But then he said, of course, that's an absurd thought. But I say it's even worse, because then it's not like it has to blow through and create a junkyard, 747 out of junkyard. But then it has to somehow spring to life. And then it has to have the ability to procreate, to reproduce itself. And it has to be conscious and intelligent. Now, what are the odds of that? A 747 self-assembling and evolving into a self-aware, intelligent, conscious airplane that can reproduce itself.
I think you're doing a little bit of violence to that analogy. I think you're looking at it. I mean, the analogy is only meant to say that it's ridiculous to believe that these nondescript things can, given enough time, could build something complex. It's an argument against simple to complex without guidance. It's never meant to imply that a 747 reproduce. So, I'm familiar with Hoyle. You know that Dawkins wrote a whole book answering that, right?
Yeah, but wouldn't it, to be a fair analogy, wouldn't it have to be? See, we're talking about living biological machines that can reproduce and can.
Yeah. But that wasn't what the analogy was about. The analogy was simply about simple to complex without guidance.
Well, it was actually the idea. He was speaking about the idea that all of these things could self-assemble into a living form.
Yeah.
And he said that the odds were worse than that. So if we're talking about living forms do reproduce, and they eventually become intelligent and conscious. And so, that's why I added that to our analogy of the 747, because to follow suit, it would have to do the same. It would have to evolve in the same way.
Yeah, I just think it's two different points. But what I would say is familiar with Hoyle. Not overly familiar, but familiar with Hoyle enough. And I think, so like I said, so Dawkins wrote a whole book explaining that and explaining, have you, I don't know if you're familiar, I know you know who Richard Dawkins is. You probably heard his talks since he became like Mr. Outspoken Atheist. But before that, long before that, decades before that, he was a very well-respected biologist. And he wrote a book called Climbing Mount Improbable. Have you read it, or are you familiar with it?
No, I began with the God delusion.
Okay, yeah, you got to go back and read his actual science before he thought he was a philosopher. In Climbing Mount Improbable, he kind of takes this whole idea on. And so in my opinion, and in Dawkins' opinion, where Hoyle went wrong in his probabilities is this idea of one, predetermining the outcome beforehand. There's a great book called Innumeracy that talks about how statisticians often do this and how it completely blows their calculations. So it's like, what is the chances of getting a perfect hand in rummy, right? Well, I think it's rummy. I don't know. I don't play cards, but if you know what that perfect hand is ahead of time, it completely changes your ability to effectively guess the odds, because it's the same as any other hand, because if you don't define it ahead of time. And so he talks about that, but he talks about the difference between thinking of evolution as an elevator or a crane, right? And that where Hoyle went wrong in that, at least according to Dawkins, and I'm not a PhD biologist, is not understanding the way that simplicity over time leads to complexity, and not assuming that things had to be fully formed, right? Now we can go down that rabbit hole if you want. We agreed to talk about chimpanzees and humans, and I still haven't heard you give me any kind of a comment on why we would find those ERVs in the same location.
I'm coming to that.
Okay, so we'll stop. I'll stop talking. How about that?
Okay, I'm talking. I'm trying to wrap everything up together. So
okay.
Bear with me a little bit here.
Sure.
Many times, not just the human body, but anybody, and as a matter of fact, a living cell itself is often referred to as a living machine, correct?
Yes, scientists often use language in ways that I would disagree with, but they're very fond. They're just like Jesus. They're very fond of using different ways of speaking that can sometimes confuse the listener. Like when Hawkins talks about the God of the universe, even though we know he doesn't believe in God. But yes, go ahead.
Would you actually disagree with that?
What, that a cell is a machine?
Yes.
Yeah, I would just want to define what machine means, because in some ways people have an idea in their head of what a machine means. And if we're going to go back and talk about, have you ever seen a building without a builder, or a painting without a painter, or a machine that didn't have someone that designed it, it can lead you to some bad places. But when we talk about a machine, meaning parts that work together to achieve a goal, yeah, sure.
Yeah. This is one of the things that I've spent a lot of time studying, is the machinery within a cell that allows it to do so many different things, including divide.
Mm-hmm.
You have machines, for instance, that will come down and rip it in half. Yeah. You have machines that will come down and split it apart after it's been ripped in half.
And by machines, you mean proteins.
Yeah, and little units that will actually perform these functions. And then you have little machines that will splice two things back together, like two strands of DNA, for instance.
Absolutely, that's how we know that those insertions are viral in nature, because they have those markers they have the proteins in them, the one that splits apart the cell, the one that takes the DNA and turns it into, or RNA and turns it into DNA.
So you have all of these little machines within a cell that actually performs these functions. And then it for instance, allows a cell to divide or to perform any number of functions.
Sure.
So with the human body, we have, let's begin with the skeleton. We have a skeleton. And then we have a vascular system.
Sure.
We have internal organs.
Yep.
We have muscular system over top of the vascular, or mixed in with it, and then we have.
Sorry, let the dogs out of the room. Someone must be here.
We have a skin that holds it all together. So you have this design within every body that's just like a cell. For instance, you have the design of the cell that allows it to divide and replicate and eat and do whatever. It's got a metabolism. And then within, and it's the same with every living creature. For instance, we have a science called, I call it a pseudoscience, abiogenesis, and then we have a science called biogenesis.
Okay,
but
I just want to pause you there, because I've heard you talk about biogenesis before, and to be clear, that is not a scientific law. It's not a scientific realm of study. It is a creationist term. I get what it means, but we just need to be clear that biogenesis is simply an explainer that creationists use. If you search the scientific literature, it's not a thing. No one talks about biogenesis except creationists.
You can go to the theory of biogenesis at www. TOPPR.com. Biogenesis is based on the theory that life can only come from life.
Yep.
And it refers to any process by which a life form can give rise to other life forms.
Okay.
For instance, a chicken lays eggs. A human has live babies. A cell divides through mitosis.
Mm-hmm.
All of this is biogenesis. Biogenesis is the observation that life comes from life,
mm-hmm.
and it never comes from non-life.
Sure.
And it also observes that life brings forth like creatures. For instance, spiders bring forth spiders.
Sure. That's what evolution teaches too, by the way.
What's that?
That's also what evolution teaches.
Well, you see, here's the thing. Evolution doesn't teach that life can come about only through another life.
No, evolution teaches that animals always bring forth the same species as the parent.
But it doesn't stick consistently with that. For instance, if you wanted to draw that down through history, that's obviously not so.
No, it is with a proper understanding.
Well, what I mean is, you can't carry that back and say that the chicken is the dinosaur.
I disagree, and I can explain it if you'd like.
Well, hold on.
Okay.
Hold on. I'll give you the opportunity.
Sure. I appreciate that.
What I'm saying is, you can't look at this and say, look, here's a chicken and here's a dinosaur. That dinosaur brought forth its own kind for so many million years. And there it is. That is not the same kind. Okay. That is not the same family. That is not the same species. So it's not the same at all. It didn't bring forth the same. Yeah, not in its generations. But that's the difference.
I disagree, but okay, go ahead.
It's talking about the generations in the scriptures. Everything bringing forth its own kind down through the generations.
Okay.
Now, something can be led to extinction. I agreed with that. But let's get back to what we were talking about here, for your sake. The second chromosome. Okay. Now,
if you can we talk about the ERVs, or we're going to get there eventually?
Okay. Sure. We can talk about the ERVs. But here's the point I was making before.
Okay.
When it comes right down to it, all of these diseases, all of these viruses can be, they don't have to be passed down specifically through the DNA. They can be passed from mammal to mammal through any number of ways.
Of course.
Like for instance, blood, secretions, sex.
Oh, yeah.
This sort of thing can cross between species, and
sure.
All of a sudden you have humans that are getting monkey diseases, and etc.
Sure.
Okay, humans and monkeys that are getting bird diseases.
Sure.
This happens all the time.
Yep.
So, evolution, common ancestry isn't the only answer there. And the fact that it's written in the DNA, that's going to happen.
So I guess I don't see how the fact that viruses can be spread in other ways in any way shows that common insertions in the same loci are not evidence of common ancestry. So can you tell me clearly? Can you just explain to me clearly, how would a given ERV end up in the same loci between a human and a chimpanzee?
Well, see, that's exactly where I was going with the thing about the human and the cell being a machine. What I'm saying is, if you have somebody building something, any kind of a machine at all, they're going to use common materials. If you have somebody who's going to be building a home, you have people that are going to be using common materials.
That's the common creator argument. I get it.
Okay. So if you have God building a group of machines that are actual, like living, walking, talking, conscious, intelligent AI sort of things, like we're trying to build right now as human beings. Okay. We're trying to find, as a matter of fact, we have scientists right now trying to bring us to what they call the singularity, where machines become self-aware. Okay. AI becomes
Isn't
self-aware.
the singularity where we upload our consciousness to machines, or is that something?
That's just part of it. I mean, we have
Okay.
several people working in different fields of it
Sure.
that are attempting to bring this about several different ways, especially through quantum computing.
Mm-hmm.
So now, the one thing that you'll have to note is that when they have something successful, when they create a successful robot of any sort, like for instance, Sophia is the only robot in the world that is a citizen of the world. She's a citizen of Saudi Arabia.
Okay.
Now,
We're
the
getting
people.
pretty far away from ERVs here, but go
No,
ahead.
no, we're not. Be
Okay.
patient. The people that build these machines, okay, they have, once they find something successful, especially if it ever becomes self-aware or anything close to it, once they build a machine, they have a template, and they can build several types of machines that with different capabilities for different purposes.
For sure.
They're all built with the same template.
Yep.
Okay. Now, why would God be any different? If God builds life, if God made the first life, he's going to have a template.
I
God,
agree. I said I agree.
yeah.
That's why I talked about the common creator argument. That's why I think
Mm-hmm.
that it kind of is a fair enough explanation for summation, for morphological similarities, for even DNA similarities. That's why I wanted to talk specifically about ERVs, because I don't think
Mm-hmm.
it in any way talks about ERVs. Because
Well,
go ahead, explain.
you'd have to give us a reason why God would do it any differently. Why would God build like if God is using the same template to build a cell as he used to build a chimp and he used to build us?
Okay.
Okay, if he's using the same DNA, if he's
Sure.
okay, then why would he put it anyplace else? Because he's making things in
So
a
hang
specific
on.
order.
I just want to make sure I understand what you're saying. So you don't believe that ERVs are ancient viral insertions. You believe that God put viral DNA in our genome from the beginning?
No, that's not what I said at all.
Okay. I'm trying to understand. That's why I asked for clarification. Go ahead.
I said a little bit earlier that these things they don't have to be passed. That's not the only way they can be passed. They can these
Indeed.
diseases, these viruses can be passed through any number of ways.
Sure, but that
Okay.
doesn't explain the fact that they're in the same loci.
Okay. Well, if they're going to implant on the DNA,
Yep.
and they're going to implant on the DNA,
Yep.
even if it's through epigenetics, okay, if they're going to implant on the DNA, why would God choose to any other chromosome or any other place for them to gather, for them to be stored?
So you don't think that God put the DNA there from creation, but you think God guided the virus to implant in the same location?
I think that God used the same building blocks. Why would he change
Okay, but
if
that doesn't answer the question.
if he's going to build something using
Sure.
DNA?
Sure.
Why would he give you one set of DNA, or why would he design the DNA any differently except where it was necessary to make us different?
Okay, so
For instance,
I feel like I need to back up, because I feel like we're talking past each other, and I really don't want to do that.
okay,
Let's just say, yeah, it would make the most sense for God to use a body plan and only change the DNA where necessary. I
good.
fully agree with that. That would be the most efficient way.
Okay, so we agree there.
We agree there. Now, in your worldview, a chimpanzee and a human were created using common DNA, only different where it needed to be, and along came a virus, a retrovirus, and it infected both of them, or they passed it between each other. I don't even care how it happened for this portion of the argument. It infected both of them, and it's only 500 base pairs long, but for some reason, it infected them in the exact same loci. And it's done that at least 205 different times that we know of, and we haven't been looking that long. I'm asking you just a straight up clear question. What, other than common ancestry, what is the explanation for the fact that those ERVs are in the same location in separate species?
He built the DNA to store them in that specific location.
But they can be in multiple locations. I mean, when we look at proteins, hemoglobin is in a completely different place in a mouse than it is in a human. Completely different. It's not even in the same chromosomal position, and it has the same function. So we know for a fact that the relative location is not important.
Yeah. Well, you think that the relative location is not important, but he may have chosen different locations to store these things. That doesn't matter. This location will store this. This location will store that.
So
location.
At the end of the day, your explanation is that God designed this DNA in both species in such a way that X virus would go to position 1 in both of them, Y virus would go to position 3 in both of them, and F would go to position 9.
Yeah, let's use something practical that everybody is probably familiar with. Let's use the second chromosome, for instance.
Sure.
Okay. Now, you believe that the second chromosome, too, is proof of common ancestry, right?
I believe it's evidence of a fusion which supports common ancestry. Yes.
Okay. Now, wouldn't you agree? Now, here's where I would agree with you. I would agree with you that a possible and maybe even probable explanation for the second chromosome is fusion.
Yeah. Just to be clear, the second chromosome does not defeat the common creator argument. I understand that.
Mm-hmm. But wouldn't you also agree that out of the billions and billions and billions of miles of DNA within each of us,
sure,
that there's given to be some coincidental likenesses here and there?
Coincidental likenesses, sure, absolutely.
Similarities. Okay. Yeah. Now, let's look at the second chromosome, for instance. And let's say, for instance, let's give you that it was fused, because I believe it's very possible. I think that's a likely hypothesis.
Yeah, okay. The evidence seems to be pretty clear that it was, but yes.
Yeah. So even though it is possible that it's coincidental and that it's not really fused, it's just a coincidence that they look very much alike, I agree with you that it was probably fused, and that's the best explanation.
Okay.
But let's look at what does that second chromosome do?
Okay, go for it.
Are you aware of its functions?
No.
Well,
I was at one time, but it's been a long time since
That's okay.
Yeah.
Some of the things that the second chromosome is responsible for is higher intelligence.
Good.
Coordination.
Yep.
Okay. That's two of the things that the second chromosome is responsible for and gives us an advantage over the other animals. Now, I want you to see something here. The chimpanzees do not have we have our DNA looks completely different at the second chromosome than the chimp. Okay. It's not the same.
Not just the chimp, all other apes.
Yeah. So when we look at ourselves,
not other hominids.
Yeah, when we look at ourselves and we see that there is this difference at the second chromosome, and we understand that this is responsible for intelligence and coordination, and then we look at what God said. After God made the animals, he made mankind, and he says, let us make man in our own image and after our own likeness. The Creator created a creator. Okay, because now we create. We're trying to create life, AI, this and that. We create things that control our environment. We create all day long.
Sure.
And the fact that we have subdued the earth, is quite obvious. And the fact that we're of a much higher intelligence than the other animals in the animal kingdom is very obvious. And we are, in fact, We could look like gods if you took somebody with the intelligence of a chimp and you put us and then
Even
you
take
put them
that.
in.
You just go back 3,000 or 4,000 years with our technology, and they'd think we were gods.
Yes, they certainly would, just like we would appear to be gods to the animals today. So,
Yeah,
what
sure.
I
My dog thinks I'm a god. I'm pretty sure.
yeah, and it's the second chromosome possibly that gives us this advantage that actually made us in the likeness of a creator.
But it sounds like you're just leading up to the common creator argument, which I already admitted this argument doesn't defeat.
Yeah, exactly. So what I'm saying is that it doesn't at all, from my point of view, it doesn't at all prove common ancestry. Um, okay.
But I still don't feel like, okay. So just so we're clear, so your answer to the ERV question is that God designed it that way. If I was to just paraphrase.
And not only that, but when you string when you take the entire 69 billion miles of human DNA,
yep.
and you put it next to the chimp DNA, no, it doesn't line up perfectly. It only lines up perfectly if you're going to use like a short strand of it. That that's the only way it lines up.
Yeah, I didn't make that argument. But
okay. I just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah, no, I was simply talking about the loci of the shared ERVs.
Yeah.
To me, that one point alone is ironclad evidence. Now, if presented with any amount of evidence, the response from the believer is that's the way God designed it, then there's no amount of evidence that could ever convince you. And I would say that it appears as if your claim that once I'm convinced I will believe is not necessarily made in good faith, because if no matter what the evidence is, all you have to say is God designed it that way, then what evidence could, let me ask you that, what evidence?
How is you, let me answer that. How is your opinion more than a hypothesis?
What opinion?
How is your opinion that the location of ERVs is proof of evolution?
Because that's not the hypothesis.
Okay.
The hypothesis was that humans and chimpanzees share a common ancestor. The test was to look for the ERVs, and the results of that test were that we found them in the same loci. That is evidence in the positive affirmation that they share a common ancestor. I know you want to keep calling it a hypothesis, but I know that's convenient, but that's not what it was. That was the result of the test.
No, isn't the hypothesis that the similarity means that they have a common ancestor? Isn't that what you're hypothesizing?
The result of the test is that we found them in the same location. Our hypothesis is that we would find them in the same location. And yes, there's no other explanation. If we stay in the realm of science,
hold on.
No other explanation.
Hold on. Show me something that said before they found out about ERVs or anything else like that. Show me the hypothesis from years back before that if we have ERVs, they're going to be found in the exact same location.
Okay, so to be clear, it wasn't before they found out about ERVs. They've known about them for a long time.
Exactly.
The hypothesis was made.
It's after.
Eric, the hypothesis was made before we had the chimp DNA. We had DNA. That's when we found the ERVs, and we said, "Oh, this is interesting. These are ancient viruses. How would this work in an evolutionary?"
Hold on. You're saying that they hypothesized this before they even knew about ERVs?
No, you said that.
No.
They absolutely did not. They had the human genome. They understood ERVs, and then the thought was, okay, what are the implications of these ERVs, and how can they be used to either prove or disconfirm things that we already think we know about genetics? And then the hypothesis was, well, we can test the idea of common ancestry. We didn't have the chimp DNA then, but it was hypothesized by many, and people, these scientists were waiting with bated breath in 2002 for the chimp genome to be sequenced to be able to run these tests. I don't have it now. I can find it for you. It's 2002, so not as much out there.
No. What I'm asking is,
sure,
Who was hypothesizing this before they found it in the chimp DNA?
Yes, many geneticists.
Who?
Again, I'll find it for you.
Okay, so you can't show me that now.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, okay,
I didn't think that was a relevant question someone would ask, but I'll definitely do better.
So at this point, it's only an assertion. Okay.
Absolutely,
Now,
sir. Just like your thought is an assertion.
Hold on. How? Okay, let's say you have a house and I have a house and they're identical. Okay. Let's say there's a knock at the door and it's the police. It's your door and police at my door. And they say, open up, warrant. Now you got a bag of weed and I've got a bag of weed. So you go to your cabinet and I go to my cabinet.
Well, I live in California, so I'm fine, but go ahead.
Okay. Well, you stash yours in your cabinet and I stash mine in mine. Now, the fact that you and I both did that, or the fact that you put dishes in your cabinet and I put dishes in my cabinet, and that you put your silverware in a drawer and I put my silverware in a drawer, how does that mean we're related?
Oh, it certainly doesn't, but that's a failed analogy.
Okay. So
let me just take your analogy and let's stick with it. So if our kitchens had 6.4 billion drawers in them and we had 500 pieces of silverware and we went looking and we found all 500 pieces of silverware in the same drawer out of the 6.5 billion, it would definitely prove that something else was going on there. That's a better analogy.
So you don't think it could be coincident?
So we talked about the odds already. 12 of them in the same location is the same as that number that Hoyle put out there, 1 in the number of known atoms in the universe. But we have 205, and that's 5.88 times 10 to the 1,412th power, I believe. So no, I don't think that 205 ERVs in the same loci could be a coincidence. I don't think one ERV in the same loci could be a coincidence.
But it's not the same when you put them side by side again.
It is in the same section of DNA. It has the same flaking sequence.
In the same section.
So again, let's look at big picture. We evolved on the evolutionary model. We diverged from chimpanzees sometime between 13 and 7 million years ago. We can talk about why that number is so wide later, but we would expect to see large sections of DNA duplicated, added, deleted. We would expect to see junk DNA added. So we wouldn't expect the whole genome to be identical. But where we find the DNA of these viruses, it was inserted with identical flanking sections on either side, which shows that relative to that portion of DNA, yes, they're in the same loci. I mean, that the fact that there's other junk that's been added in the last 7 million years, that's what we would expect. Matter of fact, if we didn't find that, we'd be scratching our heads and trying to explain that one.
So something that we've at least established is that when it comes right down to it, we're not really 96 to 98 or 99% alike with the chimp. Again,
that's where language fails us. If you're talking about if we laid the two ends of DNA side by side, but that doesn't mean we're not more related to chimps and have a more similar DNA than any other species on the planet.
Hold on just a second. Let me finish my thought.
Sorry.
Only 1%, 1% to 5%, I'll give you 5.
Sure.
Is similar.
Coding DNA.
Yeah, is coding DNA. And that's the only part that is like 96 to 99% like.
I mean, that's the important part, right?
Yeah, but still you're talking about less than 5%. So the other DNA has...
Why does the junk matter?
Hold on a second. The other DNA also has functions that we don't understand.
Sure.
Okay. So just because we call it junk DNA doesn't mean that it's actually junk. It does.
I understand that. Just like vestigial organs, right?
Yeah. So here's the point that I'm making. Now, just because we have different areas that are used for storage in our DNA, some of which would contain ERVs, we also have different areas in our DNA that concerns intelligence. like the second chromosome. That's one example of something, a storage unit there that is in charge of particular things. The second chromosome, being in charge of intelligence and coordination, has given us an advantage over other apes that we may not have had any other way. Now, just because that there's a common storage area there doesn't mean that we are related. It simply means that the observation is that they are similar. The second chromosome is fused in this particular instance.
Mm-hmm.
These are observations, okay? And then our hypotheses become, this isn't proof of anything, but our hypotheses at that point becomes, in your instance, there's common ancestry. In my instance, there's a common creator.
Yeah, I agreed with that long ago. That does not defeat the common creator argument.
Exactly. So the point being that at the end of the day, they're both still hypotheses. Okay. Now, we both have different reasons for believing in our hypotheses, but in the same, and there's different things. For instance, we can hypothesize several things. Like when you look at transitional fossils, every single transitional fossil is an individual hypothesis. But on the other hand, it's also part of a greater hypothesis that fossils are transitional.
Sure.
So it's the same thing here. They're all different hypotheses. So then what we have to do, what I like to do, is come down to the basics of science. Like, what are our actual observations? This is what I like to get to.
Is this where you're going to bring it back to your discussion around biogenesis?
Well, it's like this. Okay, what do we actually observe?
Sure.
Okay. When it comes to, let's say, the origin of life, what we can say is that...
We can talk about that if you want. That's very far outside of our topic.
Right. I'm just using it as an example, and then I'm going to work it back in.
Sure.
So when we talk about the origin of life, using this as an example, we can say what we observe is we never observe after hundreds of years, whatever, and different sorts of theories, all talking about spontaneous life, whether it be spontaneous creation.
Spontaneous generation. Anyways, go ahead.
Yeah, whether it's spontaneous generation or abiogenesis, we never observe life coming up forth that way, whether it's in the
Thank you for not conflating those two things like most creationists.
Yeah, but we never observe these things happening, whether it's in nature or in the laboratory. We've never been able to make it happen. We've never observed it in nature. So for somebody to say that's a natural process, they would be wrong, because what's natural is what we observe in nature. So
no. There's lots of things that are natural that we don't observe in nature.
Like what?
We infer about nature. There's elements of quantum mechanics that we cannot observe, but they're natural processes. We can't observe everything in nature.
No, what we can call a natural process. Okay, anything that we do not observe in nature, or anything that we can't reproduce naturally, we can't call it a natural process.
So I think
what I would
say is, so abiogenesis, the idea of abiogenesis, right? It is a mere hypothesis. No one is claiming that it's proven.
Okay.
No one that I know. I'm sure there's people out there. This is the internet after all, but it's something they're working towards, right? It's something that they've made a lot of headway on. Yeah. Maybe they'll do it in the lab one day. Maybe they won't. If I'm a betting man, I'm going to go with yes. I bet on humans a lot, but who knows?
Okay.
I'm frankly not that interested in the origin of life question, because I think, in my opinion,
like I said, this is just an example.
Okay. Go for it.
Let's bring it back up though. So what's natural is what we observe, and what we observe is different from our hypothesis, and it's all different from our observation.
Sure.
These are different things that are all part of the scientific method. So we begin with our observation, and what we observe is we have myriads forms of life on Earth, okay? And all of these forms are said to go back to the Luca, okay?
Sure.
The Luca is the last unified common ancestor.
You're going to make Susan really happy that you brought that up. She doesn't even understand what it is, but she's going to be really happy that you brought it up.
Okay, well, would you like to tell everybody what the Luca is?
I mean, so the Luca is a hypothetical organism, right? It's true by definition if you believe in evolution. It literally just means what is the organism, the last one that every living thing today is ancestrally related to.
Right.
That's all it is.
And it could be.
Now, in hindsight, we want to think, because we're humans and we're arrogant, that it was special, but it was no different than any other life form that was living at that time. It is probably just a matter of dumb chance and math that ended up being that one. And if we reran time back and started it all over again, it would probably be something else.
So to simplify it for everybody, and that was a good definition. Thank you. That was a good explanation. But to simplify it for everybody, it's simply we have myriads of forms of life on Earth now, and the idea of the Luca is that every life form today, it doesn't matter what it is, whether it's plant, bacteria, human, chimpanzee, individual living cells that procreate through mitosis, or in other words, they just split. Everything goes back and is related to that one life form.
Yes.
So,
to be clear for everyone else, I know you understand, Eric, that doesn't mean it was the first life form. It certainly wasn't. That doesn't mean it was the only life form at the time. It certainly wasn't. It's just the oldest one that we're all related to.
Okay, so now, do you know who Craig Venter is?
The name sounds familiar, but I can't place it.
Craig Venter is a very interesting fellow. He is probably, I say probably because I'm just being cautious, but he is probably the world's most renowned and sought after geneticist, probably the most famous geneticist in the world. He mapped the...
Not Mendel?
Yeah.
Not the father of genetics?
He actually mapped the human genome before teams of government and corporate scientists could.
Really?
He was known for that.
Okay.
And he's also known as the only man in the world to have ever taken an E. coli bacteria cell.
Yep.
He sucked out the DNA out of its nucleus. He created his own DNA strand on his computer. He made this DNA strand and inserted it back into that E. coli bacteria cell, and it began to replicate.
Okay.
So all of a sudden, there were these huge people. I mean, that's an amazing thing. Kudos to the man for being able to do that. That's an amazing thing, and it's worthy of acclaim. But it was quickly overblown by people who were stating, well, look, Craig Venter created life from scratch. And he had to actually go on the BBC and say, no, I did not create it from scratch. I used already previously living materials.
Yes.
And I just sucked out the DNA and put in other, my form of DNA.
I think quickly, if I may, you're touching on something that I think is super important to call out. And that is that authors and people that write about science often get it wrong. I countless times, both in the Facebook group that we're both a part of, although I'm on a timeout right now, and other places, people are always quoting these authors of these popular articles that get the science wrong, as if it's the scientists themselves explaining it. And I mean, I get why, because scientists are really bad at explaining complex things in a simple way. But you're right. There's a problem, not just in this country, but all over, with communicating science. And they often get it wrong. I think Artie's probably a great example, right? The scientists weren't claiming that was a human ancestor, but boy, did the media run and say that it was.
Yeah. Well, and then there's the idea of clickbait. People are going to get paid according to the number of clicks into their article and this and that. So clickbait is not an uncommon thing too. But Craig Venter said something that was really quite revealing. He was on a panel. I can give you the actual link if you like. I've got it in the segment, the pertinent 3-minute section, but I've also got the entire link. Him and Sam Harris, Richard Dawkins. There were several scientists on a panel about life in general. And actually, it had a lot to do with abiogenesis and our quest to create life. And they were pursuing a number of questions like, will we ever see it done in our lifetime? Will we ever know in our lifetime the vehicle by which non-life becomes life? Interesting discussion.
Sure.
But,
What's
Craig
your
Bench,
bet?
I don't think so, but I could be wrong.
Yeah.
But Venter said something very important. He's not only did he say that he didn't think it would happen. Now, remember, this is the world's foremost geneticist, and he's speaking from his educated point of view regarding genetics.
Yeah.
And he started getting a little pushback from Dawkins and from Sam Harris, from a few other people. They said, and they were surprised that he said that.
Sure that Harris was pushing back to a biologist about biology? Because that really doesn't sound like Harris.
Yeah, but where they were pushing back was he said he actually made the comment, there is no tree of life of common descent. And they pushed back on that, and they say, surely you're not saying we're not all related. And he says, well, we're not. He said, we are not. And he's going by the DNA to say this. Mm-hmm. And what he actually came out and said was that the tree of life of common descent, and this is as close to a quote as I can possibly be, is a quote, artifact of old science that just hasn't held up, unquote. Now, this is the world. Now, they were shocked. Richard Dawkins looked like he was going to throw a fit and fall apart and blow his little head off. I'm sorry, I'm not a Dawkins fan.
Oh, okay. I just looked it up. I've seen this video now. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah,
I remember on the panel. Yeah, at that long table.
Yeah. So you see, now here's a couple of points here. When we look at things and we come up with our hypotheses, I do not care at all what hypothesis a person may hold to. They're entitled to it. But these things, it doesn't matter whether it's common descent, it doesn't matter whether it's the ERVs show that we have common descent. It does transitional fossils. With transitional fossils, they simply look at it. They say, okay, it's got to be related to this and that. Aaron Ra does this all the time.
Aaron?
He just looks at him and he's built his own little phylogenetic tree.
Yep.
But here's the thing. There's no way to put that to the test. I mean, with the actual DNA, to prove relation.
Well, I mean, we can do it with extant animals, right?
Well, here's the thing about that. Okay. I'm going to give you something that I believe we cheat in. I believe that academia has hijacked science and force-fed us many, many things. And I'm going to give you an example of what I'm talking about. When I was a child, Neanderthal was said to be an ancestor to mankind. Okay.
Oh, yeah. They didn't have the DNA then. They have it now.
Right. Exactly. And now that we have the DNA, they're called a cousin. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, there are human species and they interbred with us. I had my DNA sequenced and I have 3% Neanderthal DNA.
Now here's the interesting thing, and you're exactly right, and you're touching on my point here. Now, what is the biological definition of a species?
I wrote it down because I thought you would ask, because I think it's problematic. So the biological definition of a species is a group of living organisms consisting of similar individuals capable of exchanging genes and interbreeding. The species is a principle in natural taxonomy, ranking below genus and denoted by the Latin binomial.
Yeah. So in other words, if it's a like organism and it's able to interbreed and it's able to produce fertile offspring, it is considered the same definition or
Yes,
the same
but as I said,
species.
it's not an absolute rule. As I said in the beginning, that's us imposing our own restrictions on nature.
Now,
There's
now,
several examples of different species that can interbreed and produce fertile.
okay. Now let me present my little argument here, bro.
Sure,
Okay, here's the thing. When did this definition become a problem?
I think it's always been a problem. I think the fact that lions and tigers can breed and produce ligers, and ligers can breed and produce more ligers, shows a problem with that definition. And they've always been able to do that since those species have been around. So I think it's always been a problem.
Or why not just say, okay, they're the same species by that criteria?
Yeah, but obviously, for a lot of other reasons, DNA similarity, morphology, behavior, they're not the same species.
But how can you say that? Because look at dogs. You
Sure,
see, this is the double standard I'm talking about.
sure.
Dogs can be like 25% different in their DNA, different types of dogs. And
Yeah,
yet every type of dog, it doesn't matter if it's a teacup dog, it doesn't matter if it's a Great Dane, they are the same species.
sure. But you're
Okay.
also comparing naturally occurring species with species that we have intervened in.
Yeah, but here's the point. They're the same species.
Sure.
We don't have a problem with that. You don't see people throwing a fit saying, "No, that's a teacup. It's not the same species." You don't have people having a problem with that.
To be fair, most people don't know what a species is, but yeah, go ahead.
So, really, we don't get any pushback on the definition of species until it comes to things that hurt the theory of evolution.
Yeah, I've always
This
had a problem with it. I remember raising my hand in fourth grade when they read out the definition, and I said, "Wait a minute, wolves and dogs can breed, and they're different species. This definition is not true." And my
hold on.
just went like
The
that.
the gray wolf and the dog are the same species. You know, um,
Canis lupus and Canis familiaris are not the same species.
the gray wolf and dogs are
Gray
the same
wolves are
species.
Canis lupus,
Uh,
right?
the gray wolves, you can look it up in any chart.
Yeah,
They are gray wolves and dogs are the same species. It's the red wolf and gray wolves that they say are separate species. But here's another problem. You see, you have the coyote and the gray wolf and the dog, and
sure.
they say that the coyote is a different species, and
Yeah,
yet they're able to crossbreed and produce fertile offspring with both gray wolves and dogs, meaning that they are, in fact, by definition, uh, this definition is 140 or so years older than evolution. By definition, they
yeah.
are the same species.
Which is why I said I think there's a problem with the definition. It's never had anything to do with evolution.
No,
I raised my hand long before I knew what
hold
evolution
on, hold
was.
on. And that's where I disagree because they never had a problem with it until evolution.
I did. I didn't learn about evolution in fourth grade, but I knew that wolves and dogs could breed and that.
Science didn't. And you see, wolves. If you would have known that gray wolves and dogs are the same species,
Oh,
you
and I know you're
probably would.
claiming that. I don't think that's true.
Yeah, I can prove it right now.
Okay, I'm pretty sure a gray wolf is Canis lupus. Gray wolf. Where's the name? Let's go to a trusty old Wikipedia. Why not? Just for fun. I don't know where they're. Oh, there we go. Yeah, Canis lupus. That's the binomial name of a. And we both know the dog is Canis familiaris.
Uh-uh.
And then there's, of course, multiple subspecies within Canis lupus, Eurasian wolves and others.
Okay, this says the dog is a direct descendant of the gray wolf.
It is.
In other words, dogs as we know them are domesticated wolves. Okay.
True.
Now, hold on a second.
Boy, we're going down the rabbit hole on this one.
Okay. So you have dogs, you have wolves, you have coyotes.
Sure.
They're all able to interbreed and produce fertile offspring,
Sure.
which by definition makes them the same species.
Yeah.
Okay. By biological definition.
Debate, I thought that the definition of species was problematic.
Okay. So, but if we're going to have natural divisions and we're going to use that as a definition, don't you think that we should stick to the definition or change it?
So here's the thing. I think people sometimes, I mean, you're a conservative, right? So conservatives want to conserve what has always been the case, but that's not the way language works. Dictionaries are not prescriptive. Dictionaries are descriptive. Dictionaries describe the way that language is used. So we often hear people in the media decrying they changed the definition of that and they changed the definition of that. That simply means people are using the word in a new way. And that's been the history of language as long as it's been documented. So,
okay.
So I don't necessarily, that said, I am a bit of a language purist, but I think this definition has been problematic for a long time. I think it's, directionally correct, but there are several instances where it's not. I even put it in my notes around ligers, right? That's a great example because lions and tigers are pretty different.
Okay, so the point is, if we're going to go by a strict definition of species, and we're going to use the biological definition of species,
sure,
then we can't cheat. Okay. Now, if they,
you're only cheating if you use it in two different ways.
Hold on. Let me make my point.
Sure.
If you say we're going to use this definition, except with mankind, or except with dogs,
sure,
then why are you using the definition at all?
Yeah, I don't think we should use this definition.
Okay.
At all. I think
then they should indeed change it. But if you're going to use these definitions, then you ought to stick with these definitions. There's no problem to say if they can crossbreed and produce fertile offspring, they are the same species. That doesn't present a scientific problem to anybody.
No, it's just strange.
Unless, of course, they are an evolutionist trying to prove evolution, and they can't.
I don't think it's a problem for evolution at all. How is it a problem for evolution?
Dude, let me finish, if you don't mind. It's a problem for a number of reasons. Okay. For instance, Neanderthal and Homo sapiens.
Sure.
How is Neanderthal classified?
Homo neanderthalensis, I believe.
Okay, so it's a different species
of human
from Homo sapien.
Sure.
And yet, isn't it true that we crossbred?
Sure, I have 3% in my genome.
And the same with Denisovans.
Yes, I'm glad you brought it up. That was also in my notes.
And didn't they also crossbreed Denisovans and Neanderthals?
I'm not sure. I'll take your word for it, though.
Yes, they did. So what we have here, we have evolutionists telling us, like in school, for instance, that these are cousins, and these are examples of human evolution.
Sure.
Okay. When in fact the DNA says no. According to the DNA, we are all the same species.
No.
Well, of course. According to the biological definition.
But that's not what you said. You said according to the DNA.
That's right. According to the DNA, if we're going to use the definition of a biological species,
those are separate measures, though. Are you talking about?
Hold on.
Talking about the definition.
Let me finish my sentence. If we're going to go according to the definition of species, the biological definition of species, and we're going to examine the DNA, then you have to say, by definition, according to our DNA, we are the exact same species.
No.
And to say, well, why not?
Because you're conflating two different things.
No, I'm not.
Hang on. We can examine whether or not we're going to going to classify whether or not we're the same species by the definition of the species, or we can look at the DNA and examine that. But you're trying to find the two. That's not the same thing.
That's not what I said.
It's exactly what
I
said.
said.
You said it twice.
No, and you're misunderstanding.
Okay.
What I said was, okay, if we are going to use the definition of species, the biological definition of species, as any groups of animals that are able to, they are able to crossbreed, they're able to produce fertile offspring.
Sure.
And that is the definition, the biological definition of a species. And then we look at the DNA of the human, the Homo erectus, not Homo erectus, Homo sapien, Neanderthal, and the Denisovan. We see that, in fact, we did crossbreed and we did produce fertile offspring, thus fulfilling the definition, the biological definition of a species.
But that's not all we see in the DNA.
So hold on. According to the biological definition, and according to our findings with the DNA, that we in fact did interbreed and produce fertile offspring.
Sure.
We are the same species.
No, I understand that. That is why it has long been held in science that definition is problematic. It's known as the species
it's only problematic for an evolutionist.
But you still haven't explained how it's problematic for an evolutionist.
Yeah, because it proves that they're not examples of evolution. It proves that they're not. It proves. Hold on. You asked. I'm going to answer.
Sure.
It proves that we're not cousins. It proves that according to the biological definition, we are the same species.
Cool. It proves none of that.
Hold on. You're going to have to explain that now.
That's what I'm trying to do. So when we look at the DNA, we look at our DNA, we sequenced theirs, and we found that we interbred. That's one thing we found in the DNA. We also found that their genetic markers are so far outside of the standard deviations for human that we are not the same species. Maybe you want to call it
according to who?
Hang on.
According to who?
Hang on. This is what I talked about in the beginning. And I've said it, I believe, 5 times now.
So is that an assertion or something you can prove?
Hang on. The idea of a species is a man-made concept foisted on nature. Nature doesn't care.
Oh, hold on.
You're gonna let
it's a classification, just like mammal.
Of course it is.
Okay, just like reptile. Hold on.
Platypus doesn't fit the common characteristics of a mammal. Nature doesn't care. Right?
What I'm saying is, because it's a man-made classification, yes, you can divide animals according to those classifications.
Sure.
Okay.
And they don't.
Now, here's where you have a problem. Let me say hello to Oxfordshire man. God bless you, brother. It's good to see you. Hold on a second. Let me pop something in here. Give me just a second, and we will jump right back in this.
It's funny that we landed on this because I wrote a bunch about this in my notes about species, about them not being absolute, all of this because I anticipated this discussion.
Well, you see, that's the thing. It's only a problem for evolutionists.
I still don't think you've been able to explain to me how it's a problem for evolution.
Because it's not a problem for a creationist.
That doesn't mean it's a problem for evolution either.
Well, of course it is. Because it takes away your ability to say that Neanderthal and Denisovans are examples of evolution of mankind. They're not. They're not cousins. According to the biological definition, they're the same species.
Even if we were all 3 the same species, it does not take away our ability to say that. As I said, their DNA is outside the standard deviation of.
According to who? How is that's not even part of the definition of a species. The DNA has nothing to do. Hold on.
You said
you're saying it lies outside the standard deviation. Hold on.
Sure.
DNA has absolutely nothing to do
I agree
with the definition of species. So that's a bogus answer.
So let me finish and you'll understand what I was saying. You said it disproves the fact that they're part of human evolution, right? That was what you said. I never said they were, but the fact that we're the same, let's just say they're this, by the definition, we're the same species. That doesn't mean that they didn't evolve differently than us. That doesn't mean that we didn't interbreed with them. That doesn't mean that at the DNA level, the morphological level, the behavioral level, that they were quite different than us. All of those things are true, regardless of whether or not we classify them as the same species or not. If you want to call them different subspecies, as some scientists do, that's fine.
Why would I do that? Let me ask you something.
Neanderthals were not the same as Homo sapiens.
How do you know?
Nobody believes that.
How do you know that?
One, because their DNA is outside the standard deviation. Two,
according to who?
According to the DNA.
According to who?
Do you want me to Google it for you? Is that what you're asking me to do? Have you?
You see, you keep saying that, but it doesn't even have anything to do with the definition of species.
I didn't bring up species.
Well, I am. You're saying that
I granted to you that they're the same species, and I explained how that doesn't hurt evolution. You keep going back to the species argument, but I'm not arguing against it anymore. I granted that to you.
Okay, so you agree with me then?
I granted it to you for the sake of the argument. I certainly don't agree, but that's fine.
Okay, well, you do agree, though, that according to the...
I don't agree, but I'm granting.
Hold on. Do you agree or disagree that according to the biological definition of species, we are the same species?
Sure, I agree.
Okay.
Based on the definition.
Cool. So
I don't think that in any way harms evolution.
That's all I said. Now
you said it harms evolution.
Yes,
it's a problem for evolution.
Because evolutionists, especially in academia and etc., insist that we're not the same species. That's why Neanderthal is classified as a different species.
So let me ask you this. If they were classified as a different subspecies, which is what many biologists actually argue for, how do you feel about that?
How do I feel? Do you think that
because different wolves are different subspecies?
Do you think the pygmies are a different subspecies of human, or do you believe they're simply Homo sapiens?
Their DNA tends to show that they're within the deviation and that it was just a mutation, so a single point mutation. So yeah, they're Homo sapiens.
Okay, and how many deviations do you need for them to no longer be Homo sapiens?
I don't know.
Yeah, you see,
it's like Congress defining pornography.
I'll tell you why you don't know. You don't know because
I'm not a geneticist. That's why I don't know.
No, you don't know because that's not part of the definition of a species.
But you're still talking about species. I couldn't care less. I said in the beginning, I thought.
Yeah. Well, what I'm saying is you keep trying to say something about the genetics being within this certain realm of genetics bears weight on whether or not they're the same species. That has nothing to do with the definition.
So again, you didn't answer my question. Are you comfortable calling them the same subspecies?
No, I would call them
species within the same species.
Oh, I would say they're the same species.
So you think that
I think it's
Homo sapiens.
I think it's racist to say, for instance, that the Zulus or the Pygmies are not Homo sapiens.
Whoever said that?
And I think it would be just as racist to say that Neanderthals and Denisovans aren't. Do you realize? Oh yeah. Do you realize that they've found?
So you think that stating facts can be racist?
Do you think that? Do you know anything about the finds of the Denisovans and the art that's been found from the Neanderthals?
Oh yeah, pretty amazing stuff.
Do you realize that when they found that, there were tons of scientists that turned their back on the popular teaching that you're trying to espouse here?
Well, yeah, scientists are flawed humans. They made all kinds of mistakes.
Yeah, there's scientists are flocking to my side, saying that Neanderthals and Denisovans are the same species. So
their DNA really does show otherwise.
No,
I'll send you some links. I'll send you.
All right, hold on. Before you do that.
Yeah.
Show us one thing that says the DNA has anything to do with the biological definition of species, because it doesn't.
I didn't say it did. Remember,
You keep, yes, you do keep saying it does, brother.
One last time, Eric, and I'll try to explain it differently. Whether or not we want to classify them as the same species, they were different than Homo sapiens by a lot, right?
Now, what do you mean different?
We can call them so in several ways: brain cavity size, muscle structure, bone density, height.
Okay, now stop right there for a second. Now, you don't think there's the same difference between a Chihuahua and a Great Dane?
I think that's a false analogy. I already told
you.
How
is that a false analogy? They're all dogs.
You're using artificial selection and comparing it to natural processes.
A beagle and a Great Dane.
Cool, yeah. We bred them to be that way.
Okay. Is there a difference between a wolf and a dog?
Sure.
Okay.
Not many.
Oh, yeah. Did you know that among dog types, there's and wolves, there's over 25%, 26, 27, 28% differences in the DNA?
Well, we can go down that road. I wasn't prepared to talk about that.
Yeah,
but, that's interesting.
That's what I'm saying. The DNA has absolutely nothing to do with the biological definition of DNA. So
you're saying that dogs and wolves are less closely related than we are to chimps. Thank you for proving my point.
What?
I mean, you said they were 25% different, and we're closer than that to chimps, so that's just interesting.
Yeah, that doesn't mean we're related.
Okay.
You
know that was just a jab, right, that I had to put in there?
Yeah, that's cool. And, like I said, I understand the hypotheses and etc. I really do.
Sure.
But when people use this stuff and try to change the definition of a biological species, and I'm not saying you're trying to change the definition, but I'm saying it happens to me a lot. And when people try to throw in other things, though, and say, yes, but the genes, I have to throw back with, well, the genes have nothing to do with the definition.
Sure they don't. I agree. So, but they do have to do with how different they are. So, I mean, if you want to, we can call everything in the order feline all the same species. But
look,
different.
Look at the differences.
I mean, that's what the Bible does, right? It calls them all the same kind.
Yeah, look at the differences between you and a Zulu warrior, or you and a pygmy.
Sure.
Now, they're no less Homo sapien than you or I. Okay. And yet there's huge differences there. And the same with different types of dogs and wolves.
Yeah, but you're talking about differences in morphology between me and the pygmies. And by the way, I'm pretty short, so they're not as big as you would think.
Yeah, and it's not just that. There's other differences. We have differences in nasal cavities and etc. As a matter of fact, the Neanderthal had a larger brain cavity than we do.
Indeed.
So
I never said otherwise.
Yeah. So, but a lot of people see them as primitive, and we have no reason to believe they were any more primitive than us.
Oh, no, they even took care of their handicap. They were extremely advanced.
Yes, they did. So all I'm saying is, at the end of the day, David, when it comes right down to it, I think that it's cheating and giving a false impression when we don't classify these animals differently. As far as I'm concerned, and I don't say everybody does this, I'm saying academia does this. And there are people at the top that do this. And then they mass saturate the society with propaganda until everybody believes it. But we have misclassifying these animals all day long, and it gives an impression of evolution where really there is no evolution.
Yeah, see, that's where I think you just jumped the shark. I just don't agree with your conclusion there at all. But so, hey, we've been examining my beliefs for a while. You've done, a little bit of yours, but can I just ask you a couple questions related to the topic?
Absolutely.
Sure. So you accept a fixed species view, right? So every species has been that way since the original creation event. Is that right?
Not necessarily.
Okay. So do you take like the Kin-Ham position of, changes within the kind that happened after the flood? Is that where you're coming from?
Well, it depends. I have a pretty complicated view on it.
Okay, why don't you tell me?
Okay. I believe that adaptation can occur.
Okay.
I believe adaptation does occur,
Sure.
but
Who's really to say otherwise?
I believe our adaptation only allows for so much change.
Okay.
And I believe that eventually many species adapt outside of life and right into extinction.
Okay. So can I ask you there? So I assume what you're talking about is generally called microevolution by creationists,
Yeah,
right?
you could say microevolution.
Okay.
That would fit it.
So can you explain to me what the mechanisms of microevolution are?
Yeah, I think God allowed for so much change within life to
But
be able
physiologically, what are the actual biological mechanisms that make it happen?
to be tough and to survive different changing uh, uh, standards of living.
Yeah, but
Now,
that sounds like the reason why. What's the mechanism, the biological mechanism used?
it's built into our DNA.
But how does it happen?
How does it happen? Our DNA kicks in under certain circumstances. We should be able to look at, for instance, the finches, Darwin's finches, for
Sure.
example. Okay. Now, there's going to be times when seeds are hard to find, where there's not going to be much life-giving seed
Sure.
that's easy to take. So, a bird with a short beak
Mm-hmm.
Would be able to feed in some circumstances, but not others. A bird
Sure.
with a longer beak can dig into bark and etc. So,
So you're talking about differential reproductive success.
yeah. So,
Okay.
birds' beaks, for instance, might change over the generations, but it tends to change back under changing circumstances, just
Sure.
like with Darwin's finches.
Yeah. So
Okay, but the point is, they're still finches.
okay, cool. So that was the first mechanism that you talked about, differential reproductive success. So how do we get that within a population? So I'll just ask you straight up, since I had to ask 5 times to get that one. So you believe that there is descent with modification, right? So an animal has a bunch of babies and they're slightly different. Some have bigger beaks, some have smaller beaks.
That happens, yeah.
Okay, great. So we have differences, all right. And then those differences that are advantageous lead to differential reproductive success. And over time, the population, the alleles of that expression take hold in the population. So in 3 seasons of drought, the birds with the longer beaks on your account, like we'll just take that example, they live longer, so they have more babies, so their genes are more likely to be present in the population. So the population as a whole has longer beaks. Yes?
Yeah, that right.
Okay.
That could happen.
So all of that is consistent with the theory of evolution. Now, where the change is between what you believe and what I believe is this claim that there is some kind of boundary, right? Whether that you want to call that the kind, whether you want to use the species, the family, I don't know what it is. But the only difference between our opinions, because those are the same mechanisms that evolutionary biologists believe in, the only difference is that you put a bound there, some kind of a hard block that stops those little changes from adding up to big changes over time. So can you explain to me what that biological mechanism is that stops these little changes from turning into big changes over time?
Okay. What mechanisms keeps that from happening?
Sure.
The DNA.
Well,
okay. The DNA will only allow for so much change. Let me ask you something.
Sure.
By what mechanism do you think, and how many generations do you think it would take for a crocodile to evolve into a chicken or a chicken-like creature?
Oh, I have no idea. Billions of years? I mean,
billions?
Maybe not billions. I misspoke. Millions of years, tens of millions of years. I don't know. That's a lot of change.
Tens of millions. Tens of millions.
Sure. That's a lot of change.
Now, how about to go from a Pakicetus to a modern whale? Pakicetus is the
46 million?
Dog-sized.
46 million?
46 million?
Sure. That's the current thought.
And how about for an Archaeopteryx to evolve into a bird?
Didn't look that one up. Quite a
Okay.
few.
Okay, but you would say it takes millions of years.
Millions of years.
And somehow the Archaeopteryx had to evolve into an Archaeopteryx from a theropod dinosaur, correct?
Sure.
And then from an Archaeopteryx to a modern bird.
Sure.
And you think that takes many tens of millions of years.
Sure.
Now, what would you say if I told you science proves that you ain't got that much time?
I would disagree.
You would disagree. Okay. What if I showed you actual testing that proved it?
I would be interested.
Okay. I'm sure you've heard of Mary.
Schweitzer?
Yeah, Mary Schweitzer.
Sure. Yeah, I've read what she actually has to say about the creationist interpretation of her, of all her work. And she is a Bible believing Christian, by the way.
And she is a Bible believing Christian, right?
Yeah.
And she's written tons of peer reviewed articles, right?
Yep.
She's written several of them. I've read them all. Now, you know about the find with soft tissues, right?
Yeah. Should we just skip to the end where I say iron?
Okay. Well, hold on a second. Do you realize? Yeah. You see, you say iron.
Sure.
But you haven't done the math.
Well, she has.
Yeah, but you didn't figure it out.
So here's the thing. You want to use her research in a way that she disagrees with. So then she goes and does more research.
Hold on.
Who says?
Hold on.
Ignore her explanation, but you're okay with her.
No. I take everything she says to heart.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know where you get that.
I mean, she's an old Earth creationist.
You're jumping off the deep end.
Sorry, theistic evolutionist.
I'm an old Earth creationist too.
Yes, she's a theistic evolutionist.
Okay, but that doesn't mean she believes in millions of years that it took for that to happen.
Yeah, I mean that's what she said in the paper.
No, that's not what she said.
Okay.
At all. Okay. Well, you see, I have read everything she did, and I have done the math. I've used her math.
Okay, I haven't read everything she's written. She's written a lot.
Now, in the very paper that you're talking about, when you meant iron, when you said iron,
sure,
I want to tell you some of the things you missed.
Okay.
How many times do you think they've found soft tissue in dinosaur bones and horns and etc.?
I have no idea. Once I read her explanation,
But did you really read it?
I mean, I read the paper. I think it was like 43 pages or something. It's pretty long.
Okay, well, let me. I'm going to pull up something for you here. Bear with me a second. This is the paper.
By the way, what happened to me asking you questions? I had many more.
Okay. Hold on. We're going to touch on this. This is,
sure,
and I'll screen share so you can see what I'm actually reading from. This is the paper that you're referring to. Okay. Let me pull up screen share. Give me a second here. Share screen. Entire screen. Allow. Okay. Now, can you see this?
Sure.
A role for iron and oxygen chemistry in preserving soft tissues, cells, and molecules from deep time. Mm-hmm. Mary Schweitzer and etc. There's the abstract. It goes down from the abstract into
what
the.
What year was that one? I missed it when you scrolled up.
What's that now?
What year was that one? I missed it when you scrolled up.
This was the very article that you were talking about from 2014.
There's more than one, but okay, that's why I was asking.
No, this is the only one she did where she gives the math talking about the iron preservation. Okay, from 2014.
Yeah.
Now, when you go down to the introduction, here's some of the things that you've missed.
Sure.
Preservation of structures in fossils that were not originally mineralized in the living organism is uncommon, but is represented in microbes, plants, and animals in disparate environments throughout the fossil record. Now, do you know what she's saying thus far?
Yeah, I didn't miss that the first time.
Okay, so what do you think she's saying right there?
That is an uncommon occurrence, and nevertheless we find it across different types of fossils.
We find these soft tissues of plants, animals and they're not fossilized. They're not completely fossilized.
Yeah, yeah,
As part of the original biological material.
indeed.
Okay. Now, when she first found this, she said, "This is impossible."
Indeed, she did.
Okay. Now, when she did her paper on it and showing that she found this, she was ridiculed, wasn't she?
Yes, she was.
She was ridiculed by other scientists who said that's impossible. What you found was biofilm, and they act like her. They acted like she had no idea what she was talking about.
Oh, yeah.
She actually got her PhD proving them wrong. Okay, that was her work that gave her PhD. She works for Jack Horner, who was the world's foremost paleontologist at the time. He was also the science producer, the science advisor on the Jurassic Park movies, etc.
Sure.
He's the fellow that talked about T-Rex being a family dinosaur that didn't abandon their kids. He was he was probably the most renowned paleontologist that we had at the time until Mary came along and kind of overshadowed him. But she says soft tissue structures containing material and thus not completely replace replicas. But all these people said this was impossible.
Yeah, they were wrong.
But she says that all of these things, these soft tissues, have been found since the 1960s.
Sure.
Now, she actually did another paper that listed them back clear into the early 1900s that were containing soft tissues.
Okay.
And she mentioned several of them, including an ichthyosaur, as they estimated was close to 300 million years old with soft tissue.
Okay.
So if a 66 million year old is soft tissue is impossible, that's certainly impossible.
And but neither of them are impossible.
But it goes on to say, well, maybe it is, because it goes on to say, this exceptional preservation has been observed for decades, but it's not addressed by models of fossilization processes wherein an organism is buried and degraded. In other words, okay, yes, we find these soft tissues. It's been observed for decades, but we don't have a theory out there that can cover why. Everybody says it's impossible.
Okay.
So what did she do to test this? The test wasn't just to see are these soft tissues. She did all those tests in other papers that proved, yes, this is soft biological tissue.
It was about preservation.
Right. Yeah. This paper regarded the actual testing that she did.
Yes.
To see how long can we preserve these things. Okay. Now, this is very important right here. When we go back up into the abstract, she talks about taking the hemoglobin. I believe this was taken from an ostrich egg, ostrich blood vessel model. Okay. And they used hemoglobin because they thought that possibly iron could help preserve the half-lives of all of these various proteins and etc. that were found. One of the proteins that was found was collagen. Okay. Yes. So now, do you know what the half-life of collagen is?
Not off the top of my head. It's listed.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
Well, no, she doesn't have it listed here, but collagen, there's different sorts of collagen. The collagen in your blood, for instance, just has a half-life of, I believe it's 60 to 70 days, something like that. The collagen of skin has a half-life of 15 years, but the collagen of cartilage has a half-life of 117 years. Okay. So let's use the longest one. Now, since they found collagen, we have a 117-year half-life. But let's see what she says. She says this hemoglobin, the iron and oxygen within the hemoglobin increased the tissue stability more than 200-fold from approximately 3 days. That was probably the blood collagen she was working on, to more than 2 years at room temperature. in an ostrich blood vessel model. So there she gives us some actual math that we can use to see how old these bones can possibly be.
Okay.
We have a 200-fold increase in the tissue stability. So if we have something and its half-life is 117 years, let's now you know about half-lives, I'm sure, and why we only use C14 testing to test things that we think are under like 60,000 years old. Right?
Yeah.
Now, the reason for that is because after 10 half-lives, for instance, what is it? Carbon has the half-life of 5,000. What is it? 5,200 or 5,730 years, give or take 40 years.
Sure.
So after 10 half-lives, you should have basically no carbon left, or what is left is going to be pretty much immeasurable. Yeah, you won't be able to work with it. It's immeasurable after 10 half-lives. That's why after 57,000 years or so, they don't test with carbon-14.
You won't get an accurate reading.
Right. So let's use 10 half-lives for collagen. And we're going to use the longest collagen half-life that we can. We'll bypass the blood, the skin. We'll go to 117 years. And
you're starting to lose me, man.
What's that?
I said you're starting to lose me a little bit.
Okay, well, if you take that half-life now, 117 years, and you multiply it by 10 half-lives, then what you have is 1,170 years, correct?
Like I said, you're losing me. Go ahead. Make your case. I'm not sure what this has to do with anything we were talking about.
Well, but isn't that true?
I'm going to take you at your word. I didn't even...
Okay, it's a simple matter of, you agreed with me that after 10 half-lives, there should be basically nothing left.
Sure.
So if you have a half-life of 117 years, at the end of 10 half-lives, that's only multiplied by 10.
Yep.
117 multiplied by 10 only leaves you with 1,170 years, right?
Okay.
Okay. Is that incorrect?
No, I have no idea what the relevance of any of this is.
Well, you'll see the relevance, but I'm just asking, am I incorrect so far? Or am I not correct?
You're just losing me because it's not.
Well, that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. I'm just asking you, am I incorrect?
So I'm taking everything you're saying at your word.
No, I'm just asking you.
Sure.
You agreed. Hold on.
The math that you stated is correct, if that's what you're asking.
Thank you. That's all I'm asking.
Cool.
Okay. So if at the end of 10 half-lives, you only have 1,170 years, but let's take hope from Mary's work here. She was able to increase the tissue stability by 200-fold.
Sure. Okay. In her very few attempts.
What?
In her very few attempps.
What do you mean her very few attempts? She worked on this
for like 7 years.
Yeah, and who has given us a longer preservation than 200-fold?
Well, according to her, nature.
No.
I mean, that's the conclusion.
No. Hold on. What person, what laboratory?
Oh, nobody.
Okay.
Well, I don't know. There's been, I think, 4 replications of this study that have been published. I haven't read them all.
And not a single one has been able to give you more than a 200-fold increase.
I mean, this is Elizabeth Boatman.
Okay.
I'll have to read it and see.
Now, let me finish my point, because this is wrapping it up.
Okay.
This is wrapping it up.
Sure.
So you agreed that 117 years times 10 half-lives is 1,170 years.
Sure.
Now, if you multiply that by that time, you should have no more collagen left in that DNA. No more collagen left in that bone.
In the DNA?
But
in the soft tissue.
In the soft tissue, right.
Got it.
You should have no more left. Sure. But we had some left. So Let's look at our 200-fold increase. If you take 1,170 and you multiply it by that 200-fold, how many years do you come to?
You tell me, man. I don't have my calculator in front of me.
234,000 years.
Cool.
Do you realize how far that is from 66 million years?
Oh, sure. I just don't think that you're.
It doesn't matter what you think.
Oh, okay. Then why are you asking me if it doesn't matter what I think?
what matters is what the tests show us here.
What matters is her conclusion.
That's right. Her conclusion is that she was able to increase the stability of this collagen 200-fold. 200-fold.
Right. So she showed a mechanism.
But only, hold on. Only 200-fold.
Yeah, that was
nobody has given you anything any higher or any longer than this, which means that scientifically the falsifiability process, the process of falsification, has given you an upper value, an upper level, an upper age, the oldest those bones can possibly be, according to scientific testing of the soft tissue found in those bones, is 234,000 years. That's the oldest it can possibly be, and you can't show me any testing anywhere that gives you more than that.
That part's correct. The first part's false.
No.
You cannot draw the conclusion that because we have been unable to replicate it in the lab that it is not possible in nature.
And you can't.
That's a philosophical argument that you just made.
Then show me anywhere in nature that gives you a longer preservation. It ain't there.
The bones themselves show that.
What?
The soft tissue in the T-Rex bones was preserved much longer.
Yeah, that just means that they're not 66 million years old. That's what it means. The oldest they can be is 200, according to scientific testing.
That's your interpretation.
No, that's what this says.
No, this says that the technique that she used yielded a 200-fold increase. That's all it says.
Okay, now hold on.
What's possible?
Show me a technique that gives you longer than that.
I didn't say that we had one.
We don't.
I didn't say we did. But that's not a problem.
So that's what you're stuck with.
No, that's not the way it works.
The rest you're trying. No. It don't work on hopes and dreams either. Okay, you're trying to hang the hopes and dreams. What you have is a 200-fold increase.
No.
Now, hold on. I'm not even done with the story. Because it gets worse. It gets much worse for you.
I'm sure you think that.
Oh, I know that. I know that. And I've got peer-reviewed papers for every bit of this.
I'm sure you do.
Okay. Now, number one, you can't show me any paper anywhere that does testing that has actually gone through, tested these things, and given you a longer preservation in any mechanism, with any mechanism.
No one claimed that. You're arguing against something that I didn't say.
Okay, I'm just making that point clear.
Okay, you've made it 3 times. I think it's clear.
Okay, I want it to be clear for all the listeners too. Okay, so number 2. Okay, you don't just have this test to worry about.
Sure.
When Christians got a hold of this information here, and they actually did the math, and they saw the oldest these bones can be according to these tests, the results of these tests, the oldest they could possibly be is 250,000 years old. They actually did more testing. We took scores of dinosaur bones from different museums, samples of dinosaur bones from different museums, different digs, different dinosaurs, and took these samples and sent them out to 3 different labs that did the testing. And they ran.
I remember Casey Luskin's article about this.
They ran carbon-14 testing on those samples, and you'd be interested to know, not a few of them. Hold on, not a few of them came back carbon-14 rich. Every single one of them came back carbon-14 rich. Every single one.
Interesting.
Yes. Now the carbon-14 testing said that these bones, depending on the sample, were between 9,000 and 40, I think it was 49,000 years old.
Well, that's just silly.
Well, how's it silly?
Because it basically destroys
evolution.
No,
it destroys evolution
because true by fact.
You would these tests.
You would have to completely upturn all of geology.
These tests are fact. What you're offering is hypothesis that's not even testable.
I know that you say that a lot.
Well, yeah, that's all you're giving.
Wrong about that, but if you keep repeating it enough, a sufficient number of listeners will agree with you.
Well, that's all you've offered so far is untestable hypotheses.
For instance, I showed you why that's not true. I showed you why you keep calling things hypotheses that are actually results of tests.
For instance, okay, point to a common ancestor between man and chimp.
What do you mean by point to it?
Name one for me.
We've given it a name, if that's what you're asking.
No, I'm asking for the specific name of these.
Yeah, we've given it a name.
What is it?
I believe it was Pan Prior.
Oh, where is it?
Where is it? What do you mean?
Where's its skeleton?
Oh, we have no fossils of it. Why would we?
Oh, there you go.
Why would we?
And you have no DNA.
Why would you expect us to have a fossil of it?
Well, you know, if you're going to say we have a...
Eric,
if you're going to... Hold on.
How many fossilized chimpanzees do we have?
If you're going to say we have a common ancestor...
How many fossilized chimpanzees do we have?
Do you want an answer?
I do. How many fossilized
that's not what you originally asked. If you're going to say...
I'm trying to prove a point here.
Hold on, dude. If you're going to say that we have a common ancestor with the chimpanzee,
sure,
but you can't point to it and you can't give me the DNA of it, you're just presenting a hypothesis.
No.
Yes.
I know you think that.
And it's an untestable hypothesis.
It was tested.
It's not even falsifiable.
Of course it's falsifiable.
In order for it to be falsifiable, you would have to examine its DNA.
You keep saying that. It doesn't make it true, Eric. I don't know why.
No, you're just saying we have a common ancestor.
I never said we had one. I said there was a common ancestor. We don't have a specimen of it. Again, why would you expect
so you're just guessing.
No.
Yeah, you can't point to a common ancestor. You can't show me his DNA and say, look, here's the laboratory tests that prove this was our common ancestor.
So
you can't present that.
Honestly, if evolution were true, put that hat on for a second. Why would you expect there to be a fossil record of this thing or DNA?
If somebody's going to tell me we got something, I want to see it.
Cool. Why?
Okay. So you're saying we have a common ancestor. I want to see it.
I'm sure I want to see it.
So far,
I'd love to see your God, but neither of those things are going to happen.
Well, you could, but so far, this is just your imagination.
I know you think that, Eric, but you never answer my question. How many specimens of fossilized chimpanzees do we have?
What does that matter?
I'll explain once you answer.
I have absolutely no idea.
Cool. We have one.
So?
Fossilization is an extremely rare process, especially
so you're just guessing.
Especially amongst mammals, and especially
you've already admitted, dude, that you don't have the bones of this common ancestor.
Correct. And if we had zero bones of any,
you don't have the DNA of
zero bones of any extinct species, we would still know this to be true.
So you can't offer me anything more than a guess.
I haven't offered you a single guess tonight.
Oh, that's a guess. That's a hypothesis. That's not even testable.
It's not a hypothesis, and
of course it is.
I explained to you the test.
What? We
spent 45 minutes talking about it.
No, that's confirmation bias. Those aren't tests.
I love how you just
every bit of that is confirmation bias.
So you
not one bit of it is a test.
Eric,
it's just like hold on. It's just okay. Well, let me get back to this, because you can't show us the common ancestor. You can't show me his DNA, and you want to say that it's more than a hypothesis.
Of course
it's not.
I explained why it was.
Of course it isn't. It's a hypothesis because you can't even test it.
Do you want me to explain again how we tested it? Because I can, but everyone listening now
it's an unfalsifiable. How are you going to test the DNA of the common ancestor when you don't even know what it might have been?
Who said anything about testing its DNA?
Well, that's the only way you're going to prove it's related.
That's not true.
Of course.
Eric, even if we had DNA,
how are you going to? You're trying to say, hold on, listen to me. Just listen long enough.
You want to be heard, but you don't want to listen.
Hold on. I want you to answer one question.
Sure.
Okay. Let's say me and you, we're standing together, and you say, you know, we're related by the same grandpa. And I said, who is your grandpa? And you can't even name him. How the hell do you know that?
Maybe I have a picture of him.
No, you don't even know him.
Maybe I've taken my.
You never knew him.
Your DNA,
you never saw a picture of him. You never saw a picture of him. You don't know who he is.
I have your DNA and my.
No,
DNA.
Hold on. Yeah, and that don't prove that we're related. That don't prove that this guy is your grandpa.
Are you kidding me?
How does that prove that this guy's your grandpa if you don't have his DNA?
I have your DNA and my DNA.
No, I said this specific guy. How do you know he is your grandpa?
I have no idea.
If you don't, you don't. That's just exactly right.
Okay, cool.
So just in this, hold on. You're talking over me.
Because you've been talking over me all night.
No, because I'm trying to get a point that you don't want to hear.
Oh, I'm sure that's why.
Yes, it is. Okay. You are saying mankind and chimpanzee. You look at the DNA of the man and the chimp. Now you say we're 96%.
I didn't use that as an argument tonight.
Hold on.
I didn't use that as an argument.
Hold on. You're saying because of the similarity of the DNA and the morphology and etc., this is proof that we are related to the chimpanzee.
I didn't say that tonight.
Well, yes, you did.
No.
Now, hold on. Let me finish my sentence.
Sure.
And then we go to, okay, if you're going to, first of all, we need to clear up, and we've already agreed that we're only 96% alike in 1% of our DNA.
Again, I didn't make that argument tonight.
So then you go to morphology.
I didn't go to morphology, but
okay. Well, hold on. You listed this as part of the reason.
No. If you remember, you asked me about
hold on.
And I used it as an overarching theme, and then I only used ERVs in my argument tonight.
Okay, so then we go to that's what I just said. DRVs, or excuse me, DNA.
DNA has nothing to do with ERVs.
DNA similarity includes ERVs.
No, this is much more specific claim, and you know that.
What?
I'm not
that 1%. That 96% of that 1% is including the ERVs being stored in the same place. Now you can say no all you like, but that's the truth. Okay.
What you're failing to understand is I don't care how similar we are with chimps. Yeah. I never used that as an argument tonight. I said the fact that we have 205 shared ERVs in the same loci, and
similarity and DNA. Exactly. We already touched that. The similarity. Hold on.
Except by saying God made it that way.
You're becoming a rude guest, dude.
That's just waving your hands.
You're becoming a rude guest. So let me finish what I'm saying.
Becoming a very rude host.
Well, whatever you want to think. But here's what I'm saying. You've already agreed only 1% of the human and chimp DNA.
Well, I said
5. Okay, 5%. And that 95% of it is different. Doesn't line up.
That's not how that math works. But okay.
So, yeah, that's exactly how that math works. But so now you're trying. Now, what I said is DNA similarity in that 1% is part of the reason you believe in a common ancestor.
Part of the reason, sure, but it's not the best evidence.
And then you believe morphology is part of the reason. Okay.
But again, I admitted right in the beginning that does not defeat the common creator argument. So I didn't want to keep bringing it up.
Now you're trying. It has to do with evolution, not common creator.
Well, you've been making the common creator argument all night.
No, what I've been doing is tearing apart your
I know you think that,
dude. You need to be quiet and let me finish the sentence. Okay, I'll let you finish yours.
Which you won't, but go ahead.
I will. I don't want to have to silence you, man. And If I have to silence you for 2 minutes to say what I got to say and then give you 2 minutes, I'll do that. But we shouldn't have to do that. So let me finish what the hell I'm saying, and I'll let you finish what you're saying. It's that simple. Okay. So all I'm saying, David, is this. DNA's number one, DNA similarity in that 1%, along with morphology. That includes your ERVs, the DNA 1%. Okay. That includes your ERVs. So you've got a total of 1 to 5% of the DNA that is actually really similar and alike. And then you've got the morphology, which is similar but different. But then you claim that this means we have a common ancestor, and you don't understand that this is just your hypothesis that's based on those observations. That's all that is. Okay, so, and that's fine. You're allowed to have that hypothesis. But now, if you want to finish the scientific method, if you really want to go by scientific method, you have to put that through a falsifiability test, which means that now you have to look and you have to say, okay, so which one of these is my common ancestor with the chimp? You have to pick something out, something concrete. You can't just imagine something and say that's a fact. You have to actually test that. You're going to need the common ancestor. Now, shake your head no all you like, but that's testing. Otherwise, you don't have a falsifiable hypothesis here. Okay? So how are you going to test whether or not something... Is Lucy a common ancestor?
But a common ancestor of what?
Between man and chimp.
Of course not.
No?
No.
Something before Lucy?
Way before.
What?
I told you. Pan prior.
No. I want a concrete animal, a concrete specimen.
I know you want that, Eric.
And you don't have it.
Of course we don't.
What you have is
we wouldn't expect to.
So all you have is a claim.
We wouldn't expect to.
All you have is a claim that you can't test.
We have a test that we've done. And
show me the DNA of that test.
I can show you the DNA of the test. Absolutely. We talked about it.
No, you can show me the DNA of the human, and you can show me the DNA of a chimp.
Ding, ding, ding. Very good.
That's not the DNA of a common ancestor.
I didn't say it was. And
all you're doing is guessing that because 96% of 1% is similar. Nope. Yeah, that's what you're doing. So, you see, you're going with that overblown crap.
So you're at 3 minutes and 45 seconds. You told me you were going to take 2 minutes. Do I get my 2 minutes now?
You sure? Go ahead and explain how you've got the DNA of a common ancestor.
Cool. So I'll recap for those listening. I know Eric wasn't listening, but I'll recap for those that are. So we had a hypothesis, right? We noticed that we looked a lot like chimps. We thought we were probably related to them. We didn't have their DNA. We had our DNA. We didn't have their DNA. In our DNA, we found endogenous retroviruses. Retroviruses, which we.
Hold on a second.
What happened to my 2 minutes?
You went over that for a half an hour.
I know, but you weren't listening.
No. And we already agreed on some stuff.
We did a test, Eric.
We didn't do a test,
and we came up with a conclusion.
You and I agreed on. Here's what you and I agreed on. And people can scroll back to this and listen.
I hope they do.
You and I agreed on the fact that only 1 to 5% of our DNA is like the chimp DNA.
That's not exactly what I said.
Similar, yes.
I said in the articles that quote the 94 to 98% number that they're generally speaking about coding DNA, which makes up between 1 and 5% of our genome. That is what I said.
And that is the only part of the DNA that is 95 to 99% like.
Absolutely.
Alike.
There are large sections that are 85%.
So in other words, less than 1% of the DNA is actually alike.
No.
Then prove different. You just agreed that was true.
You've been doing this all night. You take something that I say, or you take something that someone else says, and then you build a different conclusion out of it. Just because only 5% of the coding DNA was used in studies that show we were at 96 to 98% doesn't mean that the other 95% is not similar at all. Some sections of it are 80%. Some sections of it are 95. Again, I never made an argument that the percentage of similarities proved common ancestry. I never made that argument. So I don't know why you keep saying I did. I said the insertion points being in the same loci prove common ancestry. And your answer, for everyone that remembers, was God made it that way. You explained away the evidence by saying God made it that way. And that's fine if that's what you want to do. But that's what you did. And here we are. You never asked, you cut me off when I asked you, what evidence could I present to you that would actually convince you that evolution is true? You never answered.
Show me that common ancestor.
So if I showed you bones of an animal and DNA of an animal,
show me that common ancestor and its DNA proving it,
then you would accept evolution?
Absolutely.
Okay. I don't believe you, but okay.
Well, you can't show me that.
Well, of course we can't. We don't have it. We don't expect to have it. We don't expect to have it.
Well, then you don't expect to ever have any proof of what you're saying. All you're offering are untestable hypotheses, which was what I've said all along.
I'm saying that, and I just showed you how it wasn't an untestable hypothesis, how we tested it. I mean, I don't know how else I can say it. And you're still going on and looking at the differences between human and chimp percentage, and I don't care about that number.
Yeah,
you keep arguing against points.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you. Well, I'm going to bring you back to our same agreements. 1% of our DNA is the coded DNA, okay? And
sure.
And that is where the likenesses between the human and chimp lie, is within the coded DNA.
Not the only place.
What?
It's not the only place that likenesses are there. It is the place that many scientists use when they did studies to show the 96 to 98%. There are also large sections that are very similar. They just don't happen to be 98 to 96%. But again, I never use that as an argument, Eric, ever.
So,
you keep arguing against something I didn't use as an argument.
So you agree then that we are not 95 to 99% alike in the DNA, and that where they say we are 99%, 95 to 99%, it lies within that 1% of coded DNA.
Well, it's not 1%, as we talked about. However,
you say it's 5%. Okay, so you agree with me, 1 to 5%.
But now I don't know why that matters.
Yeah, so in this one right here, this one says the same thing. And it's that 1%. Junk DNA defines the differences between humans and chimps.
Cool. Okay.
So it's the 95% that denotes the differences between the humans and the chimps.
Sure.
Okay. And the only thing that we find
a popular article as your evidence.
The only thing that we find alike is that 1%.
And the 205 ERVs that are in the exact same loci,
which is within that 1%.
In a 6.5.
Are you saying they're not coded DNA?
Not all of them. The vast majority of ERVs are not encoded DNA. What are you talking about?
Where are they located? They're located in the coded part of the DNA.
The majority of them are not. I don't know where you got that idea.
Then give me their locations.
What, you want me to
show me one location that is not in the coded part?
Sure.
Of course it's in the coded.
Google it now for you?
You go right ahead.
Sure. That's a very strange thing to ask for.
You don't think those things are located in our genes? You don't think those ERVs are located in our chromosomes and our genes? You don't think so?
You think all ERVs are located in our coded DNA? Is that what you're saying?
Show me where they're not.
Okay. This is an interesting use of our time, Eric.
Yeah. Do you know how long our strand of DNA is? Human
6.5
DNA?
billion base pairs.
What's that?
6.5 billion base pairs.
I'm asking, do you know how long it is?
Like physically, if we were to measure it,
Yeah.
I heard things about it wrapping around the earth or some nonsense. I don't know. I'm not sure why that's important.
You're not sure how that's important. We're talking about 1 to 5% that's alike between the human and the chimp.
No, we're not.
When we just did. Why do you keep going back and forth, agreeing and disagreeing?
No, you're misunderstanding what I'm agreeing about. That's the difference.
You agreed that we have what they measure 1% of our DNA.
I agreed that in the studies that show a 95 to 98% similarity with chimps, that they were measuring coding DNA. That's what I agreed to. That is not the same thing as saying that the rest of the genome is not at all similar.
I'm saying when you line up the rest of the genome, they certainly do not line up, and that's proven. That is a fact. That is not something that now look at this. DNA, your DNA, you have 67 billion miles.
It's pretty long
of DNA in your body. Okay.
Which helps my point.
150,000 trips to the moon, round trips.
Cool.
67 billion miles, and only 1 to 5% of that.
And can you imagine that in that long of a strand of DNA, the 205 retroviruses appeared in the exact same locations between chimps and humans? I wonder how that happened.
In that 1%.
I wonder how that happened.
In that 1%.
Thanks for helping prove my point.
No, you've just proven mine.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, that 1%. Okay. That's where I said it lied in the first place.
So let's just say it's in the 1%. That actually makes my point
stronger. So now, whatever you need to say, kid. But let's go back to something else now.
Cool.
Let's go back to.
Can we talk about?
Since you can't show me a common ancestor between man and chimp.
Sure.
Okay.
Cool.
And you can't show me where any more of that 1% is 90% alike. Just that 1%. And you can't show me that ERVs lie outside of that 1%.
Oh my! Okay. I can show you that.
Let me say so far, you're far from proving to me that common descent is a thing.
Well, I told you that
anything. Yeah, you have to show me more than imagination.
Oh, I did, but I knew
you didn't.
Wave your hand.
Your conclusion is just your imagination.
Eric, you literally waved your hands and said God did it. Like that's what you literally did.
You are taking that. You are taking the observation.
Exact words.
You are drawing. You are taking your observation. You are applying a hypothesis, and then you're calling the hypothesis fact.
I know you keep saying.
And not letting it be. Well, that's all you're doing.
See how that's not the case.
Okay. Cool. So here's the rest of the story. So all of these hundreds of specimens of dinosaur bone tissue that were tested.
Still on the dinosaur bones because it's not really relevant to our topic.
Yes, it is relevant to our topic.
To remind you, our topic was.
So you're going to interrupt me again.
Go ahead.
Okay. So these, after Mary told us of these hundreds of specimens that have been found since the 1960s and even before that, early 1900s. All of these specimens with soft tissue that nobody said could exist. It couldn't even be 1 million years old. Her tests show us that, and no other tests have extended this, her tests show us that so far the oldest they could possibly be is 250,000 years old. And that's the oldest they can possibly be so far, according to the tests that have actually been run. Okay? Nobody gives us an older date. When this was found out, these bone samples were sent out to all these other people, David. And every single one of these hundreds of samples came back between 9 and 49,000 years old. Now, because of this, your side of the aisle was in an uproar.
Oh,
because do you know that they actually tried to make these labs stop testing dinosaur bones for
well, clearly they don't know what they're doing if they were getting dates of 9,000 years. That's laughable.
Dude, that's every single every single test at 3 different labs, and these were all notable labs.
That's the way the
So
story
no, you see, your denial is typical. These tests actually existed, and I can show you the peer-reviewed papers that evolutionists scrambled to make to try to explain this. And they said, none of these tests were right. Every single one of them were contaminated without testing a single one. That's what they said, carte blanche. Without testing a single one to see if they were contaminated. They're living in denial. Okay? They're denying actual living scientific proof. Now, then at that point, they wouldn't even let these guys speak at their lecture where they were presenting these results. They wouldn't even let this be presented. They wouldn't even let it be published. But they scrambled to try to say that all of these hundreds of tests, every single dinosaur bone.
Hundreds? You just said it was 3 and now it grew to hundreds. Interesting.
Yeah, see, you're not listening.
Oh, I was listening.
No, you're not. Because I said there were scores of samples taken from several different dinosaur bones, from several different digs, from several different museums, and they were all sent, each and every one sent to 3 different labs. Samples from each dinosaur were sent to 3 different labs. That's what
I've been hearing this story for years from creation.
And all of these came back between 9 and 49,000 years old. That's a fact you've got to deal with.
I think I told you I read Casey Liskin's paper on this, and yet you keep going on about it.
And yes, I keep going on about it because that makes it worse for you. Because this is 2 lines of scientific proof, actual testing, something which you can't give to me. You can't give to me that regarding the common ancestor at all. This is 2 different falsifiable projects here that were tested in many different labs, came back over and over and over again with the same results. One of them telling you these bones can't possibly be over 250,000 years old. And the other one narrowing it down even more, saying they're between 9,000 and 49,000 years old. Now, their only answer was, without even testing these specimens, was to say they were all degraded. They were all contaminated. It don't happen. And then they tried to make these labs stop testing dinosaur bones for C14. That's not even science, dude. The very first thing that they should have done when they found out that, according to Mary's math, the oldest that she gives to us in her peer-reviewed paper that is fully accepted now, the only conclusion we can get so far is that the oldest these bones, this allows for these bones to be, is 249,000 years old.
That wasn't her conclusion.
That was the conclusion of her math.
No.
You can't find anybody that gives you any more time in that with their actual testing.
That's not the conclusion that she came to, man.
When you take the numbers of her testing, that's the only number. That's the highest you can get to. You can't get to.
We shouldn't take her word for it.
Then show me the actual testing and the numbers that give you more than 250,000 years old.
Eric, I've said repeatedly.
No, show me the testing of the soft dinosaur tissue.
I'm not interested in this topic, Eric.
So you can't show where I'm wrong. Okay. So this means,
I'm trying to look it up. Do you think I'm like
this means that you do not have time for evolution.
Eric,
you do not have time for any common ancestors.
You're doing the Gestalt.
In 234,000 years, you don't have time for a theropod dinosaur to turn into Archaeopteryx and Archaeopteryx into a modern bird, or for a Pachycetus to turn into a modern whale, or for something else to evolve and split and evolve into a monkey and a chimp. Okay, these numbers do not allow you that. You don't have time for evolution.
Yes,
and you can't. And
made up numbers do not allow me that.
And you can't. Thank you. And you can't present anybody's work in a laboratory.
Mary Schweitzer's.
You can't present anybody's work from any laboratory that gives you more than 250,000 years, according to these tests.
Except her work.
No, her work doesn't give you more than 250,000 years.
It certainly
her work. No, it doesn't.
Okay.
You just did the math.
I know you think that's what you were proving.
Did they find collagen?
Eric, Eric, listen.
Did they find collagen? Yes or no?
I have
Okay.
no.
Yeah. Well, collagen is one of the things they found.
So she's the one
Now,
that ran the tests, and I'm
hold
going to
on.
believe her conclusion.
Okay. And her conclusion is she was only able to increase structural integrity by 200 fold.
Yeah, but what conclusion did she draw from that?
That right there.
No, that was the result of the test. What conclusion did she draw from that?
Show me that she drew any other conclusion.
Have you not seen her interviews?
Yes, I've seen her interviews.
All right. Well, I wish I had prepared for this when we agreed to talk about chimp and human common ancestor.
This is part of the discussion.
Collagen and
this is part of the discussion. You don't have time for a common ancestor.
I know you think that.
I don't just think that. There's the math for it. Yeah, that's peer-reviewed results. That is actual testing.
Okay.
That's actually testing the soft tissue.
So send me those peer-reviewed results from those 3 labs. I would love to read about it.
I've got every one of those papers. Every single one.
Send me the best one, just the best one. I don't need to read duplicates.
So I'll be happy to. And I can also show you the farce that they wrote up that said, well, without even testing any of them, that all of these were degraded. They were contaminated. They weren't no good. And then they wrote to those labs trying to get them to stop testing dinosaur tissue. Yeah, and then there's Mary's boss, Jack Horner.
Mm-hmm.
Jack Horner, he wasn't sitting in a corner eating his curds and whey. Okay, he wasn't sitting in a corner because you see, this was his lab, and he was the foremost paleontologist in the world, and now his lab was under fire because people said, "You people don't know what you're doing. There's no way you could be finding soft tissue in those dinosaur bones." But Mary found it not in just T-Rex, but also a hadrosaur, and then she uncovered many, many others that goes back clear into. In this paper, the 1960s, and another paper, the early 1900s. But Jack Horner was called by Bob Enright. Bob Enright was a radio talk show host who was representing a bunch of people. Now, when they heard about all of this, when they heard about the dinosaur tissue that can't be over 250,000 years old, according to a 200-fold increase, 200-fold isn't very much. You need like 600,000-fold increase for it to reach 66 or million years old or whatever it is. So, and they didn't even come close to that. Not even close. Not even 1% there. Bob Enright talked to him and he says, "Look, I've got a bunch of people that want this tested, want that T-Rex bone tested for C14. And we would like to pay you to do that. We will give you like $10,000. And plus we'll pay for the test. We'll just give you $10,000 grant for doing it." Do you realize he wouldn't do it? He said, "No. I can give you the recording for this too," and you could hear him out of his own mouth. Bob Enright asked him why. Why is it you won't do that? How about if I give you $20,000? I'll give you $20,000 and pay for it. And he still wouldn't do it. And you know why he said he would not send this bone in to be tested or even a sample? Do you know why he said? Take a guess.
I honestly am not interested in this at all, so go ahead.
Okay. He said, "I'm not going to do it because the spin that Christians would get from the results won't do us any good." In other words, he already knew that bone was going to test young.
And I'm sure we know that's how he said what he said because we had cameras in the office, or
that is exactly what I've got the recording.
Cool. Play it.
I've played it for many people. I'll send you the link for it right now.
Okay.
What in the world is that? Okay. Hold on just a second. Here they are right here. This one right here, I'll give you the link to it.
Okay.
And check it out at your leisure. But yeah, you see, that's not even science. I'll put this in
Correct.
here.
The way that humans let their ego get in the way is not science.
Yeah, so if you have a test like Mary's test, and Mary's test says, "Look, I've only been able to increase the viability by 200 fold. Okay, the preservation by 200 fold. And that's all I've been able to do. And that leaves us with the oldest possible age of those bones being 250,000 years old.
That's where you just made a huge jump.
Hold on, just let me finish.
Okay, you said it 3 times already, but go ahead.
If you've already made these tests and all you're able to generate is a 200% increase in preservation.
Sure.
And the results of this mean that those bones, if that's the best you're able to do, can't be over 234,000 years old. Then the sensible thing to do would be to test for C14 if you're going to be scientific, if you're going to be scientifically minded and say, okay, well, maybe we're wrong about some of this stuff. Let's go ahead and C14 these babies and see what we get. But then you have to do that on the sly because they say, no, if you're testing for dinosaur tissue, we're not going to do that. But you do anyway. And all of these results come back from 3 different labs, scores of dinosaur tissue tests come back from these labs, every single one between 9 and 49,000 years old. And you don't go, And then you ask Bob Enright, oh, how about a little sample from yours? And he says, well, no, because Christians might get a spin off that will do us no good. He has ceased from science. And now he's living off confirmation bias. And he's ceased practicing science, all because he wants to preserve.
It can be confirmation bias, but I agree that would definitely not be science.
Yes. So, yeah. And so you're going to see that's exactly what he says. I would like to see everybody in the audience to listen to that particular video.
I mean, I'm not saying he didn't. People make a lot of dumb mistakes.
Mm-hmm.
That's why the process of science is there to catch them.
Exactly, and yet it's not. We don't see an outcry for that bone to be tested. And it should be not just that bone, but the hadrosaur bone, the ichthyosaur bone. All of these things need to be tested. And if it comes back the same, that's what we got to deal with. But dude, to try to shut down a lab's ability to even test dinosaur bones for C14, that's extreme. And so that's why I'm tough, because they're not practicing science, for one. They're misclassifying animals like mankind and Neanderthal and Denisovans to try to give an appearance of evolution where there is none. They're not sticking to the biological definition of species when they're presenting these things. Now, if they were to say, look, this is the biological definition, and according to this, we're all the same species, but we're going to classify them as a subspecies. Why would I have any problem with that? but they're not telling the truth. That's where I have a problem. They're not coming out with the truth and pointing out these things. And then when they make all these jumps, like every fossil is transitional, and then they can't show you the test to prove that. Like Aaron Ra's phylogeny tree, okay? Uh, he makes all these conclusions. This is related to this. This is related to this. This is related to this. Every single one of them fossils, and he can't show that a single one is related. He can't test. Now, if he wants to say, they could be, I could deal with the hypothesis. I'm just looking for honesty. If you want to throw the hypothesis out there, that's fine. But then to say they are and that these things prove it, no, they don't. They're just hypotheses built on these observations. And most of them cannot be tested. And that's why I got a little hard with you. I like you. I have no problem with you. We have a lot of similar interests. But when I hear you say that we have proof of a common ancestor, but you can't point to that common ancestor, you don't have its DNA to test to see if it is a common ancestor or not. I've had people say Lucy's a common ancestor. Okay, that's fine.
Well, that's silly, but I mean, do you see the hypocrisy when you claim that a God exists, but you can't point to that God? You don't have its DNA. You can't show it to me.
Here's what I would say. If you want to talk about God for a minute, I don't mind. I don't mind my beliefs being scrutinized. First of all, I would say that when we compare our beliefs, okay, first of all, is there a God?
I don't believe so.
And you're entitled to your belief, but some of us go beyond belief. Some of us knows there's a God, and some of us know there's a God because we interact with him.
That's the claim.
And he has interacted with us. And I won't say in every case. We have some nuts on our side. We have money mongers on our side. We have people that will say and do anything for a buck. I don't deny any of that. But then we've got a lot of people out there, too, that are humble and meek, and they have a prayer life, and they're not just talking into the wind. It's like if I tried to tell you, do you have parents? And you say, yeah, of course. And I say, I don't believe you. Okay. You could try to do anything you wanted to do, and I could be dead set against believing that you have parents, and no amount of anything would do me any good. But I could point to things. I can point to science. I can point to what you believe and what I believe. I could point to quantum physics, for instance. I can point to the fact that, according to quantum physics, material or matter is simply the manifestation of energy, and that everything exists as energy.
Sure.
The material is not the real it. For instance, human beings are made up of energy, but we are a conscious energy. Our consciousness involves an energy.
I mean, we have consciousness, if that's what you mean.
Yeah. So we are conscious, intelligent beings. We are, at core, everything is made up of energy. You have a duality. And that matter is manifested because of the energy that is the base, the core of every other piece of material. Everything that's living, everything is dead. So, with that being the case, if we understand then that matter or energy rather cannot be created or destroyed, it can't be killed, then that opens the door for the possibility that when you and I die, our consciousness doesn't. Our energy moves on.
That was a bit of a leap there.
Well,
you just went from saying that we're energy to then somehow turning consciousness and energy into the same thing.
No, what I'm saying is we are energy. We are conscious. We are intelligent. So if we are intelligent, conscious beings that are made of energy,
Sure.
then we move on after death. That energy,
that seems like a huge leap.
Well, the energy isn't destroyed. It does.
No, the energy isn't destroyed. But what do you mean by we? When you say we move on, what is the essence of a person?
Their energy, their consciousness.
So the consciousness. Okay. So can you point to one example of a consciousness existing without a brain?
Okay. Well, what I'm saying is, when you take all scientific observations and you put them together, you have quantum physics, and then you have.
There's no quantum physics.
Hold on. We're looking for God here.
Sure. Let's look. I've been looking.
Okay. Well, it takes more than a minute here. You have to bear with me.
Sure.
So we have that right there, that energy doesn't die. You can't destroy energy. So that's a possibility with the human consciousness and etc. And I'll grant you it's only a possibility. But then you go on from quantum physics, you go on to string theory. And when we go to string theory, we have what's called supersymmetry. And when you go to supersymmetry, we have Dr. James Gates, who worked with supersymmetry for over 15 years.
You know as well as I do that string theory is purely theoretical.
Well, yeah, I know it's purely theoretical.
Right. Just checking.
But we go to Dr. James Gates, who studied a specific part of string theory called supersymmetry. And he did this as a way to try to describe the universe through mathematics using supersymmetry.
Okay.
And what he came out with, and you can find this with Neil deGrasse Tyson and Lisa Randall and several other prominent scientists on panels talking about this. I've listened to thousands of hours of lectures, thousands and thousands. Lisa Randall was one of the people that I listened to a lot. And Dr. James Gates was another. But he found out that underlying the mathematics of the universe, when he was studying supersymmetry, he found an actual literal code. And it is a computer code that's found in browsers. It's very, very similar, exactly the same thing, like a browser code. And
forgive me if I'm highly skeptical of your explanation there, but
well, this is where the whole simulated universe theory came about. Okay, it came about from his work, based on his numbers and his findings.
Okay.
In other words, some people believe we live in a simulated universe, in a simulation. And all of this came from his work. So there you have two lines of science. And then when you go to biology.
Wait. Sorry. Before we go to the third thing, how is the second thing that you said relevant to?
Because if somebody only a God could design and build a universe, dude. If it's got an underlying concept.
If it's a simulation?
Yeah, if it's a simulation.
If it's a simulation, any significantly advanced species could do it, right? Because it's not a universe if it's a simulation.
Well, hold on. This is a simulation and wherein you and I live.
Sure.
Okay. So
why would it take a god to do that?
This is a simulation with living, breathing, intelligent,
conscious. But it isn't, because we don't actually exist in a simulated universe.
Well, you exist. I exist. I think, therefore I am.
Not in a simulated universe.
Why? Why can't you have? He never says we can't have original beings in a simulated universe.
So you're thinking like the Matrix?
Well, that's exactly what he and Neil deGrasse Tyson said. They have to wonder now if the movie The Matrix isn't the truth. Hey, that's what they said, and you can laugh, but they said it. Okay. And I can give anybody that wants it the link.
Sure, they said it. Neil is known for saying all kinds of things.
Well, no, he meant it. He was flipping his lid.
Okay.
And nobody, nobody there could prove him wrong. Of course, it's still a theory on his part, but it's based on the actual numbers when he was describing the universe using supersymmetry with numbers. And there it was. It was the program that he found.
Okay.
So there you have.
If I grant all of that, you still jumped to the assumption that it takes a God to create it.
Well, it takes a creator. If you're going to create a universe and you are going to put living, intelligent creatures within that universe that are totally self-sufficient, etc., blah, blah, blah. Yeah, it would take a God to do that. You can't do it. I can't do it. I don't know a scientist here that can do it.
Okay. I still don't see how that means that it takes a God, but continue.
Well,
you were going on biology as your third point.
Okay, if it doesn't take a God, what else can do it?
Who knows? But you don't get to just say we don't know, therefore God. That's what you did earlier.
Why?
With RVs.
What is God?
That has no explanatory value.
What is God in your mind?
Are you asking me the definition of God?
I'm asking you, what is God in your mind?
I don't understand what that question means.
In your mind,
sure.
What do you think God is?
A fictional story.
If he existed, what would he be?
It depends which God we're talking about. There's a lot of different gods I've heard of.
I'm talking about
some of them have corporeal bodies and come down to earth. Some of them don't. I mean, I don't know. Are you talking about the God of the Hebrew Bible?
Okay. What would a God be? Would you agree? The creator of all that God, we could define God as the creator of all that is.
Why would that make it a God necessarily?
Because show me something short of God that could create everything that is.
So because I can't show you another option, then therefore it's God. Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying is we can define God as the creator of all that is.
That's how a lot of people define it. Sure.
Okay. So if we define God as the creator of everything that is, where would he exist?
Again, it depends on which version of God we're talking about. Some put him squarely in the material world. Some bizarrely claim that he's outside of space and time, which is the same as not existing. So I'm not really sure.
Okay. Now, so far I've given you 3 different lines of science. Let's go to another one.
So, yeah, 3 lines that I do not think point to a God, but okay.
Well, that's okay. All right. They point more to a God than any of the untestable theories that you've presented. For instance, tests.
Wait.
Hold on. Because tests prove.
Why are you conflating evolution?
Hold on.
We've only talked about evolution to this point.
Okay.
So now you're saying that I've been presenting theories about God?
If you want, that's not what I said.
Okay, then I misunderstood you. And
yes, you did.
But you said
if you let me go on to what I'm actually saying, you'll understand what I'm saying.
I'm sorry. You just have a tendency to, take your time to get there.
Well, do you want me to be thorough?
Sure.
Okay. Are you? So, first of all, you have the fact of quantum physics that shows that all matter is the manifestation of energy. You have a duality, but energy is the natural state of everything that exists. Energy does not, matter is not the natural state of existence. Would you agree with that?
Matter is, say that again.
Okay.
Matter is not what?
The natural state of everything that exists is energy.
Okay.
That's what quantum physics can prove to us, especially through the double slit experiment. Now,
wait. How does the double slit experiment?
Hold on. Now,
I'm trying. Sorry. Go ahead.
How does the double slit experiment? Okay. You don't know about the double slit experiment?
Oh, I certainly do. I don't know how you draw that conclusion from it.
Well, you watch any good college professor. give a really good lecture on it, like from the Khalil, what is his name anyway? Quantum physicists. They will tell you the same thing. They don't understand because of the double slit experiment. You have, when it is not observed,
Correct.
then it acts like energy. You get a pattern, a wave pattern. It acts like energy.
Recurrence pattern, yes.
When it is observed, it acts like a particle. It acts like matter.
Sure.
Okay. So that means that somehow it knows the difference between
that's one interpretation.
Being observed and being not observed, because this is flawless. For over 120 years, this has proven true. Now,
the results of the experiment have been shown to be true, yes, but I think it's a bit of a stretch to say that somehow the wave or the particle knows they're being observed.
Well, that's the language they use.
Okay.
So if you study this and you look and you see, okay, when it's being observed, it acts like a particle. When it's not observed, it acts like energy. So the natural state of everything, when it's not observed, is energy. Okay? It's not matter, it's energy. It only acts like matter when it's being observed. So, knowing this, if you take this and you go back in time, let's say there was a Big Bang.
Well, I mean, we know there was, but okay.
Well, you don't know there was. We think there probably was, and that's cool.
You don't think there was?
You don't know there was. Come on.
Well, I mean, the evidence is very strong in that direction.
That doesn't mean that you know there was. So
that's like saying you don't know there's a God.
Hold on. Let's say there was a Big Bang.
Okay.
Okay, I'll grant you that.
Sure.
But if there was a Big Bang, how did E equal MC squared?
We have no. Why would we think that it would prior to the Big Bang if it makes sense to say prior?
Because when you study, do you know anything about the history of the model of the universe that we currently...
Yeah, inflation, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the current model says that the laws of physics as we know them were created at that moment. So we have no, so therefore,
why did they say that?
Caused the Big Bang is not necessarily bound by those laws.
Why did they say that?
Because that's what the math shows.
That's not what
physics. Yeah, our physics completely breaks down at Planck time.
In other words, here's why they say that. Because they can't figure out what was there, what expanded, or what caused it. Well, so what they say, well, to just put it all to rest so they don't even have to deal with that, they say, okay.
You really think that's what they're doing? You don't think that there are people out there devoting their entire lives to answering that question?
They say the laws of physics break down. They don't know that.
They
don't know that.
Math shows. So you're right.
No, that's not what the math shows. What the math shows is that when you go back so far, it quits working.
That's what I said.
That could be evidence of a creator that created right there at that spot. That does not mean
you're doing it again.
What I'm doing again is saying you do not know. You're saying we know.
What you're saying is we don't know, therefore God.
No, I'm saying no, you do not know. There are other possibilities. And if you would let me finish this presentation of
I thought we were having a dialogue.
No, well, we are, but you're asking me a basic question about God, and I'm trying to answer that, and you're trying to derail it.
So we're clear, do you prefer that I wait to the very end and go all the way back and ask?
I'd prefer you let me say what I'm saying.
Sure.
Okay. So now, how many lines of science do we have, and where were we?
So you repeated the one about the everything is energy. You brought up the double slit experiment. You had started to speak about biology, but then you stopped and you went to the Big Bang.
Okay, so see, you got to quit interrupting. Let me finish something. Okay, so here's the deal. You have the double slit experiment showing that energy that material doesn't exist the way we say it does. The energy is the core, the state of what we call the material. Energy is the natural state when it's unobserved.
That's your
Now,
conclusion, but yes.
no. That's what the tests reveal.
Okay.
Okay. Now, when we take the results of these tests and we apply it to physics and we apply it to the Big Bang, then you have to ask, if energy is the natural state and particles cannot act like particles unless they're observed, particles do not act like particles unless they are observed, then who was there to observe to make sure that particles acted like particles finally?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Because
I think
particles
you're
have
building this on a false assumption. I don't think that's what the double slit experiment proves.
Oh,
And if God is in
hold
your
on.
you
Then
asked me a
show
question.
me, then show me. Okay, you're making an assertion again, another assertion. Show me where matter acts like a particle when it's not observed. You can't do that.
I have no idea. I'm not a physicist. What I would say.
Okay, well, what I'm saying is you got the double slit experiment that gives you this truth.
I've never heard anyone claim that's what the double slit experiment proves ever. And I've
what
a lot of people talk about it. You're the only person that's ever drawn that conclusion from it.
It proves that if it's unobserved, it acts like energy. It acts like a wave. It does not act like a particle. That's what the double slit experiment proves.
You said a lot more than that. You said it proves.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm. Hold on. That's what I am saying. It proves. Now that means that if something is not observed, it doesn't act as matter. It acts as energy. So the natural state of everything unobserved would be energy, would be wave-like. That would be the natural state of all existence. Everything.
Can you just unshare your screen because it's distracting to see myself 5 seconds behind, if you don't mind.
That's okay.
Or just close the browser, I guess. I don't know.
So there we go. Hold on just a second. So let's keep this online.
Sure.
So you have now. Do you have any disagreements with that? Can you prove me wrong in that?
I already shared my disagreement with it. You just
what is your disagreement?
So my disagreement is that yes, the double slit experiment does seem to indicate that there's a wave. The wave function collapses once it's observed. But you jump from that to saying that energy is the natural state, and I don't see how you got that conclusion.
How is it not the natural state?
You're the one that claim. I don't understand how you get from A to B.
Then what I said, I mean, it's clear as a bell. If you're going to agree with me that when it is sudden, you have a particle, and when it is unobserved, it suddenly begins acting like a wave. And energy is no longer acts like a particle. Then how is that not the natural state of that particle, energy, when it's unobserved?
I mean, the most popular explanation is the many worlds hypothesis, which
that doesn't even answer my question.
It answers the question before, where you drew.
No. I'm asking you.
Draw on energy.
I'm asking you this specifically. You agree with me that eventually, when something is unobserved, okay, it no longer acts like a particle. Okay, it acts like a wave. It's acting like energy. Okay,
sure.
So that is the natural state when it is unobserved.
The natural state when it's unobserved. Sure.
Okay, so we agree. So you don't disagree.
That's what the double slit experiment shows. That doesn't mean that it corresponds to the macro, but go ahead.
Well, how do you? Why should it not correspond to the macro?
I'm just saying it doesn't prove that it does.
Well, with every time they increase the size of something width that they use for the double slit experiment, it bears out the same. It doesn't matter how big it is.
I don't think that's true, but okay.
I know for a fact, 100%
Okay,
it's true, and I can give you the papers to prove it.
sure.
And here's a question: what have we done the double slit experiment with?
What do you mean? What have we done it with?
What have we used to conduct the double slit experiment?
You tell me.
What sort of materials? Have we used photons?
Well, yes.
Is that all we've used?
I just said I don't know. You tell me.
Okay. This is how it was discovered. It was discovered in the 1800s using photons.
Yes.
Okay. But then they went on. They went on to use particles. They went on to use molecules. They went on to use atoms. They've used molecules.
What molecules have they used to perform the double slit experiment?
They've used molecules that are over 5,000 atoms large.
What
2,000 atoms, 3,000 atoms, 5,000 atoms. I can get you. Yeah, absolutely. And every single time it works out exactly the same. So there's no reason to believe that it only works in the microwave. No reason at all. So if the particle that you are observing acts like a particle only when it's being observed, and when it's not observed, it acts like energy, that's its natural state, then you have a dilemma. Because if there's no God, then at the time of the Big Bang, there had to be, if there was no observer, you never have a particle coming into existence, acting like a particle. You never have that. You have to have an observer for that particle to suddenly act like a particle and for E to equal mc squared.
All I got to say is wow. I've
Yeah.
never heard anyone attempt to use the double slit experiment and God as the observer to collapse.
Well, prove me different.
I don't know if I should be impressed or horrified, but
I challenge any. Hey, you can laugh, but you can't prove me wrong. And nobody sitting in the audience can prove me wrong.
You're right. No one can.
Now, you actually agreed with every step of that, except when I showed you the ramifications of the facts that you agreed.
I stopped you multiple times and you chastised me for it, remember?
You actually, okay, so you don't agree now. Is that what you're saying?
I told you were drawing false conclusions from the experiment. I told you that 3 separate times.
Do you? Hold on. Let's find out where we agree. Okay. Do you agree that when you observe a particle, it acts like a particle?
I believe that.
Do you agree with that? Yes or no?
You're going to let me answer?
It's a yes or no question.
It's a simplistic question that is intended to lead me down a certain rabbit hole.
No, it's intended to lead you to the truth. Now, you can avoid it if you like. I know why you're avoiding it. You're
setting it up to get to where you want to get to. And what I'm saying is,
well, show me where I'm wrong. If you observe a particle, it's going to act like a particle, correct?
That's what the double slit experiment shows, that there's a collapse of the wave function once it's observed. Yes.
Okay, so if you observe a particle, it acts like a particle. When it is unobserved, it acts like a wave, correct?
The double slit experiment shows that there's a collapse of the wave function when it is observed.
And when it is unobserved, it acts like a wave, correct?
Sure. That is
okay. So at the before anything happened with the Big Bang,
which doesn't even make sense to say before the Big Bang, but okay.
All right, you don't think there was a before the Big Bang?
How can there be a before time? Time is temporal.
Well, there was obviously time before the Big Bang.
How can that be true?
Well, it's obvious. So let me get back to this, though. Quit trying to sidetrack it.
You brought it up.
We're sticking, dude. Come on.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No.
No.
No. Yeah. I don't want to get pissed at you. So give me a second.
Okay.
Okay. Now you agree.
Am I that infuriating?
What?
Am I that infuriating?
Well, when you say you agree, and then no, that can't be it. That's ridiculous.
Not what happened. We can
Okay.
rewind
Well,
it.
yeah, that's exactly what happened.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to prove it right here, right now. So, yes or no, you agree? And well, let's take it from the beginning again.
Okay.
Listen, we have watchers and listeners.
Do we?
I want them to be able to
I haven't seen
follow.
a single one. Do we? Really?
Yes, we
How
do.
many do we have?
Yes, we do. It doesn't matter. We're going to have a lot more too.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, as a matter of fact, Pedro is out there for you.
Okay.
So, so I want people to understand what you're saying and what you're not saying, and what you're agreeing with and what you're not agreeing with.
Cool. So let me
So,
start.
no. We're going to draw this out in order. Okay?
I'll say what I want to say in a second.
You'll say what you say when we're done with this. Okay? When we are done with this.
Wow.
First of all, if you have a particle in front of you, it acts like a particle while it is observed. Do we agree or not?
I am not a physicist.
You just said you don't have to be a biologist to talk about evolution. Now you have to be a physicist to talk about something you know about when it comes to the double slit experiment.
You don't think that the double slit experiment is vastly more complex than biological evolution?
Good Lord, dude. Quit playing. You know that this is going to kick your ass. That's why you're giving me this problem.
No, Eric.
You just agreed with me. You just agreed with me.
Eric,
hold on. You just agreed with me that when you do not observe a particle, when you observe a particle, it acts like a particle. And when you're not observing this particle, it acts like energy, a wave.
I agree with that. There's a collapse of the wave function.
So you agree with what I just said, yes or no?
Sure. And I also said I don't
think hold on.
Corresponds to the
hold on. It doesn't matter the rest yet.
Okay.
Now just let me finish and follow the line of reasoning. So if matter only acts like matter when it is being observed, and it acts like energy when it is not being observed, and it ceases acting like a particle, then how during the Big Bang did atoms and particles suddenly start acting like atoms and particles if there was nothing there to observe them?
Because I have no reason to believe that the results of the double.
No.
Oh, you asked me my opinion. I can't.
No, I asked you. How is it any different? How could particles? How could things suddenly? How could energy suddenly start acting like a particle when there's no observer?
The universal wave function. Sure, it's objectively real. Okay, but the many worlds interpretation shows that there is no wave function collapse. I mean, I don't know.
You're talking about another theory that you can't test.
That's what you're talking about, yeah.
You are talking about another theory that you cannot test.
Of course we can't test it.
Thank you.
Quantum mechanics is a joke. It's a collection of oddities that we can't explain. Feynman says if you think you understand quantum mechanics, you don't understand quantum mechanics.
The double slit experiment is not a joke. The double slit experiment proves that for matter to act like matter, for a particle to act like a particle, for an atom to act like an atom, for E to equal mc squared, you have to have an observer.
That is one interpretation.
No. You can't prove any different. That's exactly what it shows. And there's nothing to indicate any differently. Nothing, except your hopes and dreams. Except for your hopes and dreams. Now, hold on a minute. Wait a minute. You asked me to show you there is a God. Now, first of all,
that actually didn't happen.
Yes, you did earlier. Now, that's exactly what I'm doing. For E to equal mc squared, for matter to act like matter, for a particle to act like a particle, then at the Big Bang, there had to be an observer. That's what science shows us, and you can't show us any different.
That is one interpretation.
Now, you can't show me anything in science that would show any different, that would disprove that. Now, hold on. I'm not even done. Number two, Not only do you have quantum physics, but
Oh,
you have the string theory, you have the supersymmetry, you have Dr. James Gates saying somebody constructed this universe. We have
wow. You are building
this.
your castle on sand, my friend.
No, I'm not. This is all science, dude. And this is science that you're afraid of, evidently. So there's, hold on. There's two lines of science right there. Okay, supersymmetry and quantum physics.
Wrong.
And then you have biology. Biology teaches us that life only comes from life, dude.
No, that is not what biology teaches.
Biology does teach you this.
No, it
Show me anywhere in biology that teaches you life comes from non-life.
I didn't say that.
Yes, you did.
No, I said
that's the claim you're making right now. You're making the claim that biology shows us life can come from non-life.
I didn't say that.
Then you have to accept
no
that life only comes from life.
No, you don't.
You can't show me anything.
Two mutually exclusive things.
You can't show me anything different.
To choose one.
Then show me something different. I'm waiting.
You're making a fallacious argument.
No, that would be you, dude. I'm taking observation. Observation says only life brings forth life.
Cool.
Okay?
Lots of things.
Only intelligence brings forth intelligence. Only consciousness can bring forth the consciousness. That's
certainly not true.
That's what biology teaches us.
That's not true.
Then prove different. I'll wait. Go ahead.
Talking about
show everybody how that's not true.
That consciousness, only intelligence brings forth intelligence. What does that even mean?
Oh, you don't know what? Why do atheists?
What words mean?
Why do atheists get helpless, dude?
Excuse me?
Why do atheists become helpless?
Now I really don't know what you mean.
Okay, then show me where I'm wrong. Show me where non-life. Hold on.
I've been doing that all night.
Okay, show me where non-life brings forth not life. I'm waiting.
I never claimed that happened.
Okay, show me where non-intelligence can bring forth intelligence.
Do you not understand that not being able to demonstrate something?
Oh, so you can't show me what you're asserting. So you can't show me anywhere this is wrong. So you can't show me anywhere where non-consciousness can bring forth consciousness.
So you keep saying I'm interrupting you, but you've literally just interrupted me.
Well, you keep interrupting me with BS, dude, as I'm trying to put together what you asked me to give.
You're certainly trying.
You asked me to show you God.
I did not, but you've been attempting to do so.
You asked me to show you there's God. I'm trying to show you.
I didn't.
Okay, I'm showing you where science proves there's a God.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
I know you think that.
Okay, then disprove anything I've said.
I went into this thinking that you were one of those people that didn't really believe all this stuff. You're just
what? In God?
Now I think you really believe it.
Well, prove where I'm wrong.
So you keep constructing these systems built on BS, and then you build more stuff on top of it. And then when I try to interject before you build 6 more floors, you want me to stop right there and let you finish building the skyscraper.
You asked me to show you God.
Go back to the foundation, and you don't want to do it.
You asked me to show you God. Okay, if you want me to do that in 30 seconds and say, well, here, and here, it's not going to be done.
Okay, I didn't.
Okay, wait. If you want a thorough foundation and layout, that's what I'm trying to give you. If you want fair, that's what I'm trying to give you. Okay? So what I'm saying is, if I am wrong and the natural state of unobserved matter is energy, if I'm wrong about that, prove me wrong with the double slit experiment.
So again, maybe you'll let me finish the thought this time.
Let me just ask you, no. I'm going to ask you, is there any experiment that's actually been done in a lab that proves that wrong?
So, again, you are taking the double slit experiment.
No. Is there any experiment done in a lab that proves that wrong? I'm not asking your opinion. I'm asking, are there any experiments out there that have been done in a lab that prove what I just said wrong?
You're being insufferable.
No, so in other words,
let me answer. Can you just Just give me 60 seconds, Eric. I believe in you. You can do it. Okay. I don't think that there's anything wrong with the double slit experiment. What I have been this entire time attempting to get through to you is there are multiple interpretations of it. And you know this. You know enough about this to know there's the rational interpretation, the many worlds interpretation, and the, what is it, the de Broglie.
No.
Yeah, there are multiple interpretations that lead to wildly different conclusions based on the data, and you're cherry picking.
That's just not so.
Think fits.
So you can't show me. In other words, let's just cut this to the chase.
I agree with the double slit experiment.
You cannot show me. So you agree, you can't show me any experiment at all that proves it turns over what I just said.
You're not listening.
No, you can't.
No, you're not listening.
You're not giving what I asked.
Because what you asked makes no sense. That's asking.
I'm asking you for tested.
You're asking if a unicorn is hollow or what the color.
No. I'm asking you, have there been, dude?
It's a malformed question.
Be quiet.
I agree with the double slit experiment. So why?
Okay, hold on. You agree with the double slit experiment?
Sure.
The double slit experiment shows that the natural state of matter would be energy when it's unobserved.
Again, that's the rational interpretation. That's one of three major interpretations.
Okay.
We're cherry picking the interpretation that you like.
I'm not. That's what it shows. That's what it teaches us.
That's what
hold on.
shows.
Does matter act like matter when it is unobserved, according to any and every experiment dealing with quantum physics, double slit experiment?
It's like you're not even listening.
No, dude.
Seriously.
Dude, if you're going to resort to laughter and not answering a question.
What can I do when you're yelling at me?
See, there you go, interrupting me again. So you're going to make me have to mute you to get this question out. And I don't want to do that to you.
Ask it for the fifth time. Go ahead.
So I'm asking you, isn't it true that when matter is unobserved, it acts like energy? It acts as a wave and not as matter.
What is true?
Is that true or not? Yes or no, dude?
Do you want me
it's a yes. It's a yes or no question.
I know you think it's a yes or no question. You've made that abundantly clear.
Then what is your answer?
My answer is the double slit experiment shows a collapse of the wave function when there is an observer. Now,
hold on, wait. So, in other words, you agree that the double slit experiment shows that when there is no observer, energy is the state, the waveform is the state of whatever you were observing, the natural state, when it is unobserved. You agree with that?
I agree that the photons, or whatever we're testing it with, exist in a wave function. Yes. You can't not agree with that.
When it is unobserved. Now, stop.
Why do I need to stop, Eric?
Because we're going to apply that to the Big Bang.
No, we're not.
Okay, yes, we are.
You're going to do this
just because it's inconvenient. Just because it's inconvenient to you as an atheist.
How is it inconvenient to me?
Now let me finish.
Why would I care
if
there's a God? What would that change for me, Eric? I've got no skin in the game.
Then why are you afraid to let me go here?
I'm not afraid, Eric. That's ridiculous.
You are afraid. You are absolutely afraid.
I'm sure you believe
that. You are intimidated by my question.
I'm sure you believe that.
Okay, I do believe that. I know that.
Do I look intimidated?
Any Christian out there watching this is going to see it and know it.
I'm
okay.
Sure
okay, if you're not intimidated, then answer this question.
Which one for the millionth time?
Okay. You agree with me that when particles are not observed, they collapse into a wave function.
Sure, that's what the double slit experiment shows.
Okay. Now, who observed the Big Bang?
Who? Clearly no one.
No one.
Yeah.
So when If particles are not going to act like particles when they are unobserved, and you
Sure.
can't, nobody can prove they do,
Sure.
then who observed them for
I
them to
literally just
suddenly?
said no one did. Why are you asking again?
Okay, so then how did particles suddenly begin acting like particles?
By one of the other interpretations of the double slit experiment, which I've mentioned now 7
No, no, no. How did particles suddenly show me anything where particles begin acting like particles without an observer? You can't do it.
Oh, Eric.
Can you even grasp what I'm saying here?
Oh, I grasp it, but it
I
wasn't
don't
from.
think you do
I'm
because you're
sure you
running
don't.
from it. You
What's
cannot show me, any experiment that shows particles acting like particles when there is no observer.
how would we show that, Eric? Wouldn't we need an observer to run the experiment?
Exactly.
Then why would you ask for something like that?
When you have an observer,
Why would you ask for something like
when
that?
you have an
Oh,
observer,
you're not going to answer.
that's when it begins to act like a particle. Yes or no?
Again, for the
No, yes or no? When you
ninth
have an
time.
observer, that's when it begins acting like a particle. Yes or
What's the
no?
ninth time?
See, you're afraid to give me a yes or no.
It's how silly is that? I'm trying to give you more information than a yes or no.
What? What? You're giving me your bullshit on top of your yes or no.
Just
Okay?
no,
That's all
I
you're
answer
doing.
it the same way every
So,
time. It's a collapse of the wave function when there's an observer. That's not bullshit. You agree?
okay.
You agree with that, right?
So
Right?
then who was the observer to cause particles to suddenly act like particles during the Big Bang?
I see no reason to think there needed to be one
Why?
because of the many
You
worlds.
just said, you just said, because of the many world theory. Okay, the many world theory is your imagination, dude.
It has
Okay,
nothing to do with me. I didn't come up
it's
with it. What are you talking about?
yeah, it's everybody that holds to it. It's their imagination.
Who is
What
everybody?
I'm saying is, you're trying to use. Oh well, this thought process over here, this unfalsifiable hypothesis that they have over here explains it. When the truth is there isn't a single experiment that you can show me where it's otherwise. In every single experiment that can be laid before you, it is proven in those experiments that particles only act like particles when they are observed. Okay,
Okay, sure.
you can't show me any
Eric,
experiment that proves otherwise.
how many times have I told you?
No, hold on. Since you can't, we're going to move on and call that a given. That's true. Particles only act like particles when they are being observed, and you can't prove any different than that. You can't show me
Clearly
any
don't.
experiment. You can't show me any single experiment that proves otherwise. Okay? That's the experiment you're left with. That's the fact you're dealt with. That's the fact you have to deal with. Okay? You can't prove that wrong. Now, when you take that and you add it to the fact that Dr. James Gates has found that there is uh, an actual designed computer code underlying the construct of the universe, the mathematics to describe the
No.
construct of the universe. Don't tell me no. I've watched thousands of hours
Oh,
of
it's not.
lectures, dude. So yeah, that's what he said. That's the findings of his work.
I'm sure it
That
is.
the mathematics underlying the construct of the universe, the mathematics of supersymmetry, prove that there is a computer code underlying all of this, underlying the construct of the universe. Now, the only thing that could ever possibly design and construct the universe using mathematics would be
Are you there? You just totally. I can't hear you at all. You're frozen.
Okay.
Look who's back.
Yeah. So what we're saying, David, look, I don't want to argue with you. I want to have a serious conversation with you. But you're going to have to, I mean, seriously, you're going to have to let me finish a thought to even understand where I'm going.
Cool. You're also going to have to accept the fact that I told you I know very little about physics. I've read about the double slit experiment. And so you're asking me to take your word for things?
No, I'm not asking you to take my word for shit, dude. Now, hold on.
You are.
No, I am not.
Okay.
I'm asking you to take what you know about the double slit experiment and have a serious, intelligent conversation with me. And I'm asking you that if you have any other tests out there that trump what I'm saying here, bring them to bear, because they don't exist. Okay?
Okay,
so,
but I think that's that point isn't valid. I mean, so what?
Well, no, it's not invalid.
Okay, I know.
So,
did you read what's in the chat there about the many worlds theory solving the measurement problem of quantum mechanics by allowing for all outcomes of the wave function to be correct, so the wave function does not collapse under all outcomes?
And again, that's a untested theory.
Cool. Okay, so we'll just go.
Okay. In other words, it's an unfalsifiable hypothesis.
Okay.
It is your imagination, his imagination.
But everything in quantum
anybody, no. Not everything falls into imagination. We have hard science, and then we have hypotheses that cannot be tested. What you're presenting is an untestable hypothesis.
What did I present?
Oh, good Lord, dude. Have an honest conversation.
You think I'm being dishonest?
Yes, I believe you're being dishonest. I think you're avoiding anything that you know is going to hurt your position.
No, so Eric, I was very clear.
No, you're not being very clear. You just asked me, did you see the many worlds theory that explains this? Okay, no.
I asked if you saw the comment in chat. That's all I asked.
Yeah, and if the many world explains it. No, it doesn't.
Cool. Okay. I'm not a Eric. I don't know.
Okay, it's an untested hypothesis. Cool. So here's what I'm.
As are all the interpretations of the double slit.
So you're not going to let me speak. You're going to keep interrupting. Now,
you think I'm interrupting you more than you're interrupting me?
I think you won't let me get a sentence out.
Oh my gosh.
Okay. Now follow me. Follow me, and let's have an intelligent conversation. Okay? You can do this.
Well, thanks for your confidence.
First of all, we have the double slit experiment.
Sure.
Now let's take this from the beginning. The double slit experiment proves to us. Are you going to laugh?
You're just repeating the same things again.
Because you won't let me get the thought out, dude. Okay. So look, you can either play along with this and let's have a serious, intelligent conversation, or I'm going to kick your little laughing ass off my program.
Wow.
Okay. Now, I don't want to have to do that. So here's the thing. If you take the double slit experiment and you just take the results of the double slit experiment and you look at them and you say, okay, well, this tends to show that if you're not observing a particle, it's going to act like a wave. And it acts like a wave as long as it's there until it is observed. And then it acts like a particle. Now, that's correct, right?
I'm not a physicist, so I'll agree with you.
No. Do you know that to be true from what you know of the double slit experiment?
So, to be clear, I learned about it in 7th grade.
But do you know that's true based on what you know about it? Yes or no?
Please stop yelling. Again, I know very little about it.
See, that's a game. That's a game.
I've been
that is a game. Is that true based according to what you know of the double slit experiment? Yes or no?
What I was told in 7th grade, sure.
Do you know any different?
Only what people have said in chat and what.
Do you know any different from any other test, from any other verifiable test?
Again, that's not an honest question.
Oh, that's not an honest question. No. Do you know any different from any other verifiable test? Yes or no? The answer is no.
doesn't make
The
it.
answer is no. You don't know any different from any other verifiable test.
What do you mean by other verifiable tests? What does
Because
that mean?
every verifiable test we have ever conducted proves, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that when particles are not being observed, they don't act as particles. When our atoms are not being observed, they don't act as atoms. They act as a wave. Is that true or false? You've already agreed it's true.
Sure, we'll just
Now,
move on since
therefore, because that's true, that would is there anything in testable science? Is there any test that proves that because of this, if you extend this all the way back to the beginning, to the very beginning of this universe, that there was no observer to the Big Bang?
I have no idea.
Well, the point is, if you don't have an observer to the Big Bang, there obviously had to be a time where the double slit experiment would not have proven true. And particles were acting like particles, and atoms were acting like atoms without an observer. And testable science tells us that can't happen. Testable science, time after time after time, tells us there has to be an observer. Now, my point is that if you take what we know about quantum physics right now in the double slit experiment and you extrapolate that back to the Big Bang, the only conclusion you can come to is there was an observer to the Big Bang. Otherwise, particles would not have begun acting like particles, atoms would not have begun acting like atoms, and E would not have equaled mz squared. So that's the point that I'm making. According to the double slit experiment.
But you're smuggling in some assumptions.
No, according to the double slit experiment, if there was ever a time when atoms began acting like atoms, and it was because there was an observer. Okay.
But again, you're smuggling in some assumptions.
No, I'm not.
To get to that conclusion.
No, I'm just extrapolating it all the way back. You're going to have to come up with something else.
You're smuggling
hold on.
Uniformitarianism.
All you have to do is show me any test that proves that wrong.
Okay, I don't know why you keep saying to
now you can't
as it relates to quantum mechanics.
Because there is no test that proves that wrong.
Cool.
Now, okay, so now that we have that, okay, we can say that quantum physics, if we take it as it is, and we don't add any other unfalsifiable hypotheses, then we're left with an observer to the universe during that time.
I disagree.
Well, prove different.
Prove different?
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to prove different. Again.
There you go. Okay, so you're allowed to disagree. You just can't prove that I'm wrong.
Correct.
Okay. So according to the double slit experiment, for matter to act like matter, there has to be an observer.
Again, you're assuming.
No, I'm not assuming that. That's a fact. That
wasn't what you're assuming. You're assuming that the laws of physics were the same at the moment of the Big Bang. We already talked about this. You can't prove that. It's an unfalsifiable.
And you can't show me any time. You can't prove any time where the laws of physics actually broke down.
Well, then I guess we're in a tie.
Okay. So, point being that the provable science that we are left with points to God.
No.
Yes, of course. The provable science that we have is the double slit experiment. The double slit experiment proves that there has to be an observer for matter to act like matter.
No, it doesn't.
Well, of course it does.
Oh,
then show me the experiment that proves different.
Not under the many worlds interpretation. It
doesn't. Again, that's an unfalsifiable hypothesis. And that's like saying, well, according to Mickey Mouse, he could have done it.
It's not at all like that.
Yeah.
I mean, as a matter of fact, it's the explanation that the majority of physicists go with.
What?
But by all means, compare it to Mickey Mouse if it makes you feel better.
What?
The many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics is by far the interpretation that.
What is the? Explain to everybody what the many worlds interpretation is.
The many worlds interpretation. I'm not an expert in it. I can tell you that that's
Oh,
what physicists would tell
so
you.
you're just talking out your butt, parroting.
I know you feel that way.
No,
But
you can't.
but I was very clear
You can't even tell me what the many worlds explanation is.
Have I been very clear that I'm not a physicist and this is not
Okay,
something I know anything about?
so you're just
Have
parroting.
I been very clear?
Yeah.
Okay,
So
good.
you're just parroting some BS that somebody else said.
No, what are you talking about? You've been doing that this whole time.
No, I haven't.
You keep
I've
dropping
given
names of scientists left and right.
Yeah, I'm giving you their actual tested work. I'm giving you the actual test results. Okay.
Eric, listen.
I'm giving you testable science. Everything hold on. Everything I've given you is tested science.
Cool.
Hold on. I'm not done speaking.
Obviously.
Everything you've given me is an unfalsifiable hypothesis. Every single thing. Right down to saying we got a common ancestor.
Not true.
Yeah, of course it's true.
I explained to you how it was not just an untossed.
Well, I don't care what you said. I care what you can prove through science.
I haven't cared what I've said.
I care what you can prove through science. You see, I'm tired of the BS. I'm tired of your opinion. I want to see testable science.
Eric, when I gave
can you give
of the test, you waved your hands and literally said, I don't know, God made it that way.
The results of what test?
Reported.
The results of what test?
Of the shared loci of the ERVs.
Oh, your other explanation or your other untestable hypothesis.
It was literally the results of the test. I don't know what you're talking
about. Your other untestable hypothesis, dude, an unfalsifiable hypothesis.
Of course it's falsifiable.
You look at the ERVs,
Eric,
and you say, hold on. You look at the ERVs, you say, okay, well, look at all these ERVs located in the same spot in the chimp and the human. Therefore, I hypothesize, yes, that this means we have a common ancestor.
But that's not what happened.
Okay. Yeah, that's exactly what happens. But your problem is that's an untestable hypothesis because you don't have the DNA of a common ancestor to test.
I've explained this to you, man. It's like you're incapable of absorbing new information.
Okay, I'm muting you for a moment because we're going to get this out. David, if you can show me, okay, that you have a way to test that hypothesis, now, when you go to court, if a woman takes a man to court and she says, look, dude, pay attention. Pay attention. I'm going to unmute you. I want you to think because I'm going to ask you a question. And I want you to give me the tests. I want you to give me the laboratory tests. Okay? The laboratory tests, that's what I'm asking for. Now you look at the chimp DNA. You look at the human DNA. You already agreed with me, and we've established that less than 5% of it is actually 95% like human. And that only 1% of a 69 billion mile long DNA strand, only 1 to 5% of it, only 1% of it is coded. And only 1 to 5, or only 95, 96% of that 1% is alike. Okay? Similar. You've already agreed to that. We've already established that. We don't need to go back over that. So,
why does that matter?
Why does what matter?
Those relative percentages of similarity. Since I never use them as an argument, why do you keep bringing it up?
Because I'm showing you that you don't have any way. You just brought up ERVs again.
Yeah, I don't think you're still understanding the point.
Yeah, of course I understand it. But you're talking about ERVs in less than 1% of the DNA strand that's alike.
Even if that were true, that
is true.
That doesn't help your claim.
Yeah, of course it does.
How so?
Because only 1% of the DNA is showing the likenesses between the chimp and the human. So the rest of it shows differences. They do not line up. Only
what doesn't line
only
up?
on the DNA. Only one.
I never claimed it did.
So be quiet. You're asking a question. Let me answer. So there you go. You were talking about ERVs. So
Sure.
in other words, that's no test. Your ERV, no, your ERV is an observation. You evidently don't know the difference between an observation,
you're wrong,
a hypothesis, and a test.
You're wrong.
Okay. Well, then what's the observation?
So I can say it again for the third time, but I'm not sure that it's going to get through to you.
What is the observation?
In which test?
What are we talking about? We're talking about ERVs.
So ERVs.
Right? What is your no? Hold on.
Yeah, I'm trying to tell you.
What is your observation?
The observation was that we are similar to chimpanzees.
Okay.
So the hypothesis is that we had a common ancestor. The
okay.
further hypothesis was that if that is true,
no.
What do you mean no?
No.
You keep asking me, and then you're saying no. And I'm trying to answer your question.
Your observation is that there is a likeness in the DNA.
No.
Oh, you don't observe that?
Sure, we do later after we've done the test. But
you're what?
Kind of go in order here. You realize that the scientific method is
so you are all screwed up on the scientific method.
Hang on.
Okay.
You realize the scientific method isn't as black and white as you learned in 4th grade, where you make a hypothesis, do observations, confirm.
And look, MFQ. Look,
than that.
You've got a friend here, MFQ, that says, "What? Humans and chimps share 99% of their DNA." Tell them. Go ahead, I'll let you fix that one.
I haven't made any claims about chimp DNA.
Are you going to police your side? Are you going to correct them? Are you going to correct them?
Well, they can go back and listen to the video.
Oh, so you're not going to correct them. You're not really going to police your own side.
Sure.
Okay, so let me do it. MFG, if you go back to the beginning of this debate, you're going to see very near the end or very near the beginning that I brought up the fact that where it says we're 95 to 99% alike with chimp DNA, they're only using 1%, 1 to 2%, pardon me, of what's coded DNA, what's called coded DNA. Sure. They're only using 1 to 2% of the DNA strand, the human DNA. Now,
they're comparing
hold on, I'm explaining this to MFQ since you wouldn't.
You're just not doing a good job of it.
Well, we're just going to beat you. So MFQ, here's the deal. He agreed with me, and science proves, and I can show you this. I pulled it up on other pages. When they said it was 99%, 95 to 99%, they're only testing 1% of the DNA strand. That's the DNA strand that's coded. 95 to 99% of your DNA strand is not coded. We're talking about the actual genes, the chromosomes. That's what's coded. And that's where we share the likeness with the chimp. That's the only place that we share the likeness with the chimp.
Which part of our...
So, there you go, MFQ. If you need references for that, you can scroll back and you'll see that David agreed with this at the beginning of the show. And I can pull up any number of sources to give to you to prove that, in 1% of our DNA, we share a 95 to 99% likeness. And then it's not even that high. So,
Eric,
now hold on a second. Now, you asked me a question. We've already talked about the common ancestor, dude, and you can't prove a common ancestor. Now, if we want to get back to the common ancestor for a moment and compare that with God, then let's get back to the fact of what an observation, a hypothesis, and the falsifiability is. Sure. You observe after we got the DNA of the chimp, you observe that there are similar markers for ERVs in our genes.
Not just similar.
Go ahead.
Identical in the same loci. I just want to make sure we're clear.
Okay, in the same locations. Okay. Now, there are several explanations for that, but you hypothesize at that
What other
point.
explanations?
Hold on. You hypothesize at that point that you, based on your observation, you hypothesize at that point that this is evidence for common creation, for a common ancestor between man and chimp. Now you need to test that hypothesis.
No, that was the test.
No, that is not a test.
That's your. I know you don't definition of the word test.
So he doesn't know the difference between a test and a hypothesis and an observation. You see, here's the thing. When he observes...
Stop muting me?
Well, if you're going to let me finish this and quit interrupting. When you observe... Now, if you can't hold a serious conversation, that's cool. When you observe that the DNA of the human and chimps has in 1% of our DNA bears a 95% likeness, okay, including the ERVs. When you observe that, then you hypothesize this is evidence of a common ancestor. That becomes your hypothesis. Okay? Now, at this point, you need to do something. It's called falsification. There's only one way to test lineage, dude. Don't shake your head, no.
I already told you how to falsify it, and you're ignoring it.
Because that's bullshit.
Oh, what did I say? Remember?
Yeah.
What did I say?
There's only one way to test for lineage, okay? No matter what he wants to say, there's only one way I can test for your lineage. There's only see, I got to keep muting you. So, there's only one way to test for lineage. If somebody comes up in a court of law and they take you to court, David, and they say, look, this baby's got short little arms, got a bald head. David is obviously the father. So I want, let's see, I want child support. I want alimony. I want this. I want that. And the judge says, well, hold on. Your morphology says that, yeah, they could be related. So, okay, you get it. No, that's not what happens. He says, I'm going to need the DNA.
You're being ridiculous.
I'm going to need the DNA. MFG, I've given him plenty of time to talk all night, and now he wants to go back on the things that he has already agreed on. Okay? Now, if you don't even know the difference between your observation, your hypothesis, and your test, then you have a serious problem here, David. First of all, your observation, you observe a likeness in the DNA. Okay? Now, that goes toward your hypothesis that we have a common ancestor.
Can we
but now you have to falsify that particular hypothesis.
Can we do tests without observing?
There's only one way to test that.
Can we do tests without observing?
Can you test what without observing?
Anything.
Dude, that don't even make sense.
Cool. You're right. Okay. It doesn't. That's my point. So you just have a very narrow definition of what it means to test something.
No, do you know what falsifiability is?
Sure. Would you like to know how we can falsify?
No, I want you to give me the definition of falsifiability.
Falsifiability is a proposition that would prove a claim negative. Cool.
In other words...
So can I tell you how we
Wait.
You don't want to know?
Wait. In other words, now how did you define that?
I don't know. I just made it up, but you agreed with it. It looked like you did by the look on your face. So do you want to know what is it?
No, I want you to give the definition of falsifiability and take this in order.
I just said something to the effect of it is a proposition that would negate the truth of a claim.
In other words, falsification test has to have the ability to prove that something is right or wrong.
That's what I just said.
Okay, it has to have that capability.
Yep.
Now,
So
to
can I
look
tell
at
you how to
wait,
falsify ERVs?
listen to me.
I've been asking you this for
So
like
you look at the DNA, you see ERVs. Okay. Now,
Can I ask you how we would falsify?
how does ERV, how does the location of an ERV prove that you have a common ancestor?
I already explained that to you.
How?
Because in order for those ERVs to be in the same loci in 205 instances, by chance would take is 1 in 5.88 times.
But hold on. You already admitted that it's possible that God could have done that. You've already admitted that at the beginning part of this program.
What I admitted was if you're simply going to throw up your hands at any evidence I give and say God did it, then there's
no, that's not what you said at all. At the very beginning of this, you said none of this is evidence against the possibility that God created.
Oh no, I said that specifically about chromosome number 2 in morphology. I did not say that about ERVs until
Of
you.
Course you did. Of course you did.
That's a lie.
So no, it isn't. Anybody can go back and see it. Now, here's the thing.
So, would you like me to tell you how to falsify ERV?
Hold on. Wait. No, I want you to know what a falsification test is, dude. See, you won't even let me finish. So, look.
30 minutes. I've been trying to ask you this one question.
Dude, what we're proving is you don't have any tests. What we're proving is
tell you how to falsify ERVs as proof of common ancestry.
You need the DNA of the common ancestor.
Let me give you another way.
No, listen. I'll tell you what I want to hear. Silence while I get this out. See, he don't want to keep this in order. He's already had. We started this at 6 o'clock my time. 4.5 hours. Okay.
That's crazy.
Now, you had the first 2 hours. You had the first 2 hours to share all of your information. And then when I try to rebut it, you interrupt absolutely everything I try to say. That's got to end, okay? I don't want to be an ass with you, dude, but you're being an ass. You can't follow a conversation. I want you to follow the conversation. I was serious 100% when I said if you could prove to me common ancestry, I will embrace evolution. But you can't prove it because you don't know what science is, son.
I don't believe you for one.
You don't have the slightest idea what science is or how it works. You don't have the slightest idea that you have to have an observation.
We did.
And that you take that observation and that you develop your hypothesis.
We did.
And then you have to test your hypothesis in such a way that it can be proven wrong.
We did.
No, we didn't. Okay? No, we didn't. The only way you can prove wrong that we have a common ancestor with the chimp is to test the DNA of that alleged common ancestor.
I know you keep
otherwise, you're just guessing.
I'm offering to give you another way to test it.
There is no other way.
So wait a minute. You and all of
Okay.
You and all of your wisdom think that you know all the possible ways to test this?
Okay.
I'm offering to give you another test, and you don't even want to hear it. You don't want to.
Okay, if I got to boot you, dude, to finish a sentence, I'll boot you. Do you understand now? I don't want to do that, David.
Then let me make the point.
What? Now quit. There is nothing that you can do to test the DNA or to test for common ancestry except through the DNA of the common ancestor. Because what you're doing is you're taking that 1%. Don't shake your head. No.
Well, it's not true.
Okay. Well, okay. I'll bring you back up, David. David, I'm going to bring you back up when I can say something without your interruption. When I'm done speaking, I'll bring you back up, and you
when
can.
Do I get to say something?
When I finish this and bring you back up for the answer. So pay attention to what I'm saying. Eric gets real quiet when he knows he's wrong. Well, you see, that's the problem. I know I'm right. I know David is wrong. David knows he's wrong. That's why he's afraid of these questions. That's why he's afraid to let me say anything and complete a sentence. What he's done, he's taken an observation. This observation is, hey, look, we've got ERVs that are similar. 1% of our DNA is 95% similar to that of a chimp, including the locations of these ERVs. Now, that's only 1% of our entire DNA strand that's similar to that of the chimp. The coded DNA, only 1% of it was tested and is 95% similar to that of the chimp. Only 1% of it, those ERVs are within that 1%. So he says, okay, we have these ERVs located in this 1% of the strand that's 95% similar to that of a chimp. This means that maybe we are related and we have a common ancestor. That's fine. If he wants to believe that, if he wants to hold to that, if he wants to believe that hypothesis, I have no qualms with that. You can believe that all day long. Believe it. But don't call it a fact. Because it's only a hypothesis. It's not a fact. At that point, you have to take your hypothesis and test it. The only problem is he can't. His hypothesis is, look at this, we have a common ancestor, but he can't point to that common ancestor. He's guessing. He's saying maybe we are, and that's fine. He can guess that. He can say maybe we are. I don't care. All I say is, don't take your maybe we are and say it's a fact when it's not even a testable hypothesis. Why is it an untestable hypothesis? It's an untestable hypothesis because we don't have the DNA of that alleged common ancestor. We don't have it at all. There's no way to test it. Now, if you have an untestable hypothesis, I don't know if many of you know much about science. If you have an untestable hypothesis, it's as good as science fiction. It's not even science fact. It's not even testable. I see there's a lot of atheists out there that are really, really unhappy. And why are they unhappy? They're unhappy because you have nothing to prove common ancestry. Nothing at all to prove common ancestry. You have your hypothesis, David, and that's fine. You do not have a way to test that. You do not have the DNA of that alleged common ancestor. You can't even point to it. You can't even tell me what animal was the common ancestor. They make up some names. It was Pan something over here. They just make up some name. They don't even know what it was. They don't have his bones. They say, look, we're just guessing, but yeah, this is a fact. That's what they're doing. You see, I don't mind if somebody believes in evolution. I would have believed in evolution if anybody could prove it. I told him tonight, I told everybody at this group, if he can prove common ancestry between humans and chimps, I'll embrace evolution, and I would. But he doesn't even know the difference between an observation a hypothesis in his test. He's calling his observation. He's calling his observation a test, and he's calling his hypothesis a fact. Neither are right. Nobody here can prove evolution to me. Nobody can. And if it sounds like preaching to you, MFQ, I'm sorry, dude. I ain't preached nothing. Except I've asked you guys to prove what you're saying. Okay? Don't just hand me a bunch of untestable hypotheses and call them proof of evolution. And don't sit there and swear that the observation is the test and that the hypothesis is the proof. So, there went Bureau. Sorry about that. So the point is, if you have proof, David, I'll bring you back on. And I'm going to ask you, do you have any tests that prove your hypothesis? Now, if your observation, you observe there's a likeness in the DNA. You hypothesize that we are related. Now we need that common ancestor. And there's David. David, you have a picture of our common ancestor.
I already told you that we don't. Why would we?
And we don't have the bones of this common ancestor.
Why would we?
And we don't have the DNA of this common ancestor.
Why would we?
So you have no way to test whether or not we have a common ancestor.
Not true.
Well, we're not going to do that again.
Of course we.
Okay. So now we're going to go back to the double slit experiment. Okay. Now, doesn't the double, so you don't have any proof whatsoever.
You're either going to let me make my point or I'm going to leave because this is getting ridiculous.
You can do as you wish because, you know, we're not here to BS. We're here to put forth proof and evidence. And we've proven that you don't have any proof or evidence. MFQ, all science is our best understanding. No, MFQ, you know, if you want to come in here and talk, there's a link at the top. You can click that link and sit right in here and you can correct me. Okay, if there's anything here that you can correct me in, come correct me. That stands for anybody out there. The problem is you can't do it. You can make all these claims like David did. You can claim, well, okay, this 1% likeness, only 1% that's 95% alike. With all the ERVs and everything else, this 1% is proof of a common ancestor. But then you can't point me to a common ancestor. You don't have the DNA of a common ancestor. You don't have any tests from any animal. Well, Salty, it's easy to say that. Come prove me wrong. Salty says the problem is you. Come prove me wrong, Salty. The link's right up there. Believe me, I deal with atheists all day long. I deal with evolutionists all day long, and I get the same thing. They get angry and don't want to let you speak. They interrupt everything that you say. They won't let you make your point. I listened patiently to him for over 2 hours. Okay, I'll give you another link. Here it is. Feel free to jump in. Come on, and I'll let you prove me wrong in anything you think you can prove me wrong in. If you can prove to me we have a common ancestor and you have the tests, you can show me that common ancestor. You can show me his DNA. You can show me the tests that were done that prove he's our common ancestor between man and ape. You won. That's all you need to do. And then, yep, I will embrace evolution. That's because, David, you had nothing at all, even a knowledge of what science is, my friend. You try to say that your observation is a test and that your hypothesis is proof. That's ridiculous. And then you wouldn't let me finish. You wouldn't follow me. You wouldn't answer questions. You just want to talk and talk and talk. You have the tests. MFQ, there you are. You are on. You might want to turn off your YouTube page, close it out or whatever. But you're on air. Now, what do you think you can prove me wrong in? Tell us a little bit about yourself. How you doing? Welcome.
I just want to know about the retroviruses. Once they enter DNA, they change it and it stays changed, right?
Well, and so
is that, I mean, that's right though. I mean, I'm not a biologist. So once the retrovirus enters the DNA, it goes into the cell and it changes the DNA, and that change stays. So if that organism had a child, the child would have the changed DNA, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So if whatever animal that is has a retrovirus that changes a particular strand of DNA in a particular location, and that can be passed on to the child, is there any other way that another organism could get that same mutation in that same location?
Yeah, you see, he tried to say that proves common ancestry, but let me tell you why it doesn't. Because these viruses that he's talking about here can be horizontally transferred. That means if you touch their blood or swallow their blood or have sexual contact or whatever, you can cross-transfer it that way, and it still changes.
I think that's still a regular virus, not a retrovirus.
No, it's the same. You see, HIV was the same. HIV was that sort of a thing. HIV was a DNA RNA virus. There's all kinds of DNA RNA viruses.
Okay, but HIV can alter your DNA like a retrovirus.
Yes, they do alter your DNA. All of that is altered epigenetically, and you can pass it on down.
Okay, so you're saying if I, for example, if an organism has a retrovirus that altered a specific spot on their DNA, and that is forever altered in that organism, if I bled on somebody else or somebody, I don't know, drank my blood, they would get that same change to all of their DNA?
No, I'm saying that's how the DNA can be contracted at first. Okay. Now, the fact that it goes down the bloodline, that doesn't mean anything. Of course, it's going to go down the bloodline. Of course, it's going to be recorded on the genes.
Okay.
And, but
So
What I'm
if
saying is, like, let's say, for instance, somebody gets a virus, and they have HIV is a good example. Okay, now you're gonna see that on your DNA, but it's not necessarily because it's a DNA type transfer that is going to transfer to you. Like if you, uh, it can still be like you'll still have it cross contaminated. You can catch it through sexual activity and etc. And then it's still going to be embedded on your DNA. It's just not necessarily passed on that way. So, as a live virus, of course, you'll have the implant. It'll be imprinted on your DNA, but that's about it. Um, so there's a couple things about it. First of all, your DNA has storage cabinets, so to speak. Now that's kind of a simplistic way to look at it, but that's essentially what they can be used for, storage cabinets. So just because we have storage cabinets in roughly the same spots on a 1% section of our DNA, and that 1% section of the DNA is 95% similar to that of the chimp, that doesn't mean the only way it got there, it could possibly get there, is through common descent. It doesn't mean that at all, and that's what he's trying to say.
But it's exactly the same spot, and it's identical.
So,
okay, here's the question though: what are the chances that it didn't come hereditarily to that spot? I think the chances that it didn't come hereditarily are astronomical.
Look, your DNA has specific places where specific things go to. That it doesn't matter what it is. Okay, that's the nature of DNA. It's
Okay.
like if you got kitchen cabinets and I got kitchen cabinets, and they're both over the sink. Okay, well, there's billions of homes out there with kitchen cabinets over the sink, but the fact that we put our dishes over it or something doesn't mean we're related. It just means that
but
it just means we have similar storage areas that we happen to be using the like.
Okay.
So,
but there's like 10 billion or something.
Okay.
Million areas that that retroviruses can slot in, and like 1 in 10 million has this one retrovirus in the same exact spot out of 10 million.
Yeah.
What?
And maybe it was designed to be that way.
Designed?
Sure.
Okay, but that's not. I mean, I feel like you can't just take every argument and say God did it, because that's just.
Well, I don't think you can take every argument and say common ancestor.
I'm not taking every argument and saying common ancestor.
Well, that's what it looks like. You see, you're saying your argument's better than mine.
No, I'm just trying to figure out how you think this could have happened. Not only one, but I don't know, a few hundred out of 10 million passed on into the same exact spot, and it's an identical bit of DNA in the same spot.
If you really want to know, I'd be happy to tell you.
Are you going to say that God did it?
I'd be happy to tell you. Okay, let's assume there is a God for a moment, just to humor me, okay?
Now, I'm not really comfortable with that.
Well, I don't care. So let's say for a moment that God is the designer of the world, of the universe, of everything that is. Just for a moment. Now, if God is the designer and he has designed these machines called cells and animals and humans, why would he not have a template that could support life, bring about some kind of animate creature that is self-sustaining? It has a reproductive system. It has a metabolism. It's able to think. It's conscious. It's intelligent. It has a skeleton. See, we as humans, we build things. I love science. I follow Elon Musk. I follow AI, I follow a lot of scientists. Lex Friedman and all the people that he interviews, always watch his shows. Lisa Randall, I've watched hundreds of hours of her stuff. Several other scientists. So think for a moment. Scientists have no problem likening cells and humans and animal bodies to actual machines. Now, why do they do this? Because a machine doesn't just have functions, but it has all of these individual parts that work together to complete that function in one machine. And in the same way, I would challenge everybody here to actually get into studying a cell. Look at the actual machines that exist within a cell to allow it to perform functions. For instance, to split, to divide. There are literally actual machines, biological machinery within each cell that aid in its division, for instance, that snip it apart, that strip it apart, and then sews half the DNA strand back together with another half of a manufactured DNA strand. All of these little organisms, these little machines exist within a cell to perform all these functions. And then you have the cell itself. It lives. What is life? They don't know how to create life. They've tried for hundreds of years. And even with all our tech,
I can create life in my womb, so.
but
boom,
you're not.
done. I'm sorry?
Yeah. But you see, that's just it. It takes life to create life. That's what we observe. Okay? We don't observe life coming about any other way except through another living organism. We don't observe intelligence.
I mean, I don't know if that's true or not.
Well, of course it's true.
All I can think about, since you told me to hypothesize that God exists, is why he gives children cancer and things. So that's pretty upsetting to me.
Wow.
And why he's a really bad designer. Like, why do we have appendixes and that nerve that goes through the giraffe's neck? Why is it 15 feet long? And wisdom teeth?
Well, we have all kinds of answers for that too. But if you take things in order,
because he's a terrible God, because he's mean and he hates us. Because that's the only thing I can come up with.
No, because of the fall. We did it to ourselves.
Because of the fall, because we sinned.
Because no, you see, again, you don't understand. Now, I want to ask you. I want to ask you. Do you want to have the scientific discussion
really
that I brought you? So you're not capable of handling that? I guess not. So there you go. She couldn't come on. She couldn't have an honest discussion. That's okay. It's very sad, but it's okay. So we've got some others. No. So there we go. The point is, this was a show about common ancestry. And David was given the guarantee that if he could prove common ancestry, I would embrace evolution. Nobody here can prove common ancestry. Because you can't point to a common ancestor. You can't point to that specific common ancestry. You can't point to the ancestor of the DNA and to the ancestor's DNA and say, look, there's the proof right there. You can't do it. David says, I'm the one that's scared, when he just ran in circles to try to keep from answering questions. Okay, dude, whatever you got to tell yourself. But here's the thing. We know that you couldn't prove there's a common ancestor. You can't name the common ancestor. You can't point to its DNA. There's no way to test whether or not anything is a common ancestor between man and chimpanzee. We don't even have Homo erectus DNA to say Homo erectus is related to mankind. And the DNA that we do have proves that evolutionists are lying, at least the ones that are in the know. Most evolutionists are just parrots. I want to be honest. And they're just parroting what they're told. And what they're told is this. They're told Neanderthal. They used to be told Neanderthal is our forefather. It was an ancestor. And then they had to say, well, no, Neanderthal is our cousin. And they're saying Neanderthal is our cousin errantly. Because as I got David to agree with me earlier today, almost 5 hours ago, I got David to agree with me. So here's the point. It's okay if anybody wants to believe we've got a common ancestor. Hello, Jesus is coming. Welcome, my friend. God bless you. It's okay if people want to believe we have a common ancestor. I do not hold that against anybody. But if you're going to say it's a fact, if you're going to say I can prove we've got a common ancestor, you better be bringing lab results showing me that common ancestor. Otherwise, you're just spouting something in pure imagination. You're taking that 1% of DNA that's 95% like human DNA, and you're saying that proves we got it. No, it doesn't. That proves that you have a hypothesis regarding that likeness. And according to your hypothesis, we're related with a common ancestor. Believe that all you like. That's fine. Look, the DNA that we have of the Neanderthal and the Denisovan proves that you're being lied to about evolution. The DNA that we have of the Neanderthal and the Denisovan proves a few things. It proves, number one, we all interbred and had fertile offspring. The Denisovan, the Neanderthal, and the human. We all interbred and produced fertile offspring. What's that prove? That proves that they're not cousins at all. And I got David to agree that according to the biological definition of a species are two like organisms that are capable of interbreeding and producing fertile offspring, which is exactly what Homo sapiens, Neanderthals, and Denisovans did. We interbred. We produced fertile offspring. We are therefore, according to the biological definition of a biological species, we are the same species. So no, we're not cousins. We are the same species. And yet, they're listed as cousins to give the impression of evolution where there is no evolution. And the sad thing is, they've done the same thing with dogs. Dogs and coyotes and wolves. They say coyotes are a different species to give the impression that evolution is true. But the truth is, they're all the same species. Dogs, coyotes, gray wolves, all the same species. Because, biologically speaking, they have interbred and produced fertile offspring. So there you go. You have people willing to lie to you to prove evolution. Now, I had David on here earlier, too. And look, you want proof for God? Here's the things that I laid out for David that he kept trying to interrupt and wouldn't let me get out. Because they prove God. First of all, We have the soft tissue of the dinosaurs that Mary Schweitzer has tested, and her test results have shown that the oldest those bones could possibly be, provided nobody can give us a longer preservation than she was able to attain. She was able to attain 200-fold preservations in the stability of the tissues that were being used. 200-fold. Now, I got him to do the math with me, and he agreed. If you have collagen, which was found in dinosaur bones, and that collagen has a half-life of 117 years, at the end of 10 half-lives, you only have 1,170 years, and then there should be no collagen left. But we found collagen in dinosaur bones that were supposed to be 60-some million years old, and all the scientists said that's impossible. And they were right. It's impossible. Because Mary Schweitzer's test showed that the oldest they could possibly be, and that's with the immaculate preservation using iron and oxygen, she was able to get a 200-fold increase. But 200-fold increase on a 117-year half-life, that only gives you 1,170 years times a 200-fold increase. The oldest those bones could have been was 234,000 years old. And then we had other tests run, C14, on hundreds of samples that came back from 3 different labs. And they all, every single one of those scores of samples, tested between 9,000 and 49,000 years old. And that's dinosaur bone. So you have that. That means there's not even any time for evolution. You can't have a common ancestor breaking off and creating chimp and mankind in 234,000 years. You can't have an Archaeopteryx developing from a theropod dinosaur in 234,000 years and then developing into a modern bird in that same amount of time. You can't have the Pakicetus becoming a modern whale, a dog-sized land mammal becoming a modern whale in 234,000 years. Much less than 9 to 49,000 years that the C14 tests narrowed it down even further to. So we have all of these evidences against evolution. We have the fact that all the evolutionists has are a bunch of untestable hypotheses of these so-called common ancestors, and they don't even know. Type in LUCA and do a search on LUCA, last universal common ancestor. They swear that there was a LUCA, last uniform common ancestor. They swear it existed, but they can't point you to it. And the world's leading geneticist, the world's leading geneticist, Craig Venter, he has outright stated, and I gave David the link for this and others earlier, that there is no such thing as a tree of life of common descent. That it's a artifact of science, bad science, old science that didn't work out. That's the world's foremost geneticist saying that genetics prove there is no tree of life of common descent. So there you have science proving you don't have time for evolution through Mary Schweitzer's work. You have Craig Venter, the world's leading geneticist, telling us there is no tree of life of common descent. And then you have all the sciences that say there is a God. For instance, quantum physics, the double slit experiment. The double slit experiment proves that matter doesn't act as matter unless it's observed. In other words, a particle does not act like a particle, an atom does not act like an atom unless it is being observed. As long as it's not observed, its natural state is to act like a wave or energy. That's the natural state of all unobserved matter. Its natural state is energy, not matter. So what's this mean? This means that at the Big Bang, there had to be an observer because E had to equal mc squared. Particles had to act like particles. Atoms had to act like atoms to give us the universe that we have today, according to Alan Guth, the man that gave us inflation theory that our present model of the universe is based on. So, in other words, for matter to act like matter to give us a Big Bang, there had to be an observer according to quantum physics. According to the double slit experiment, there had to be an observer. The only one that's able to observe the creation of a universe, my friend, would be a God. And then you have Dr. James Gates. Dr. James Gates, who's 15 years studying string theory and supersymmetry, which also our present model of the universe is based on, said that underlying the construct of our universe lies an actual legitimate computer code and that our universe was designed. It would take a God to design a universe. And then we have the fine-tuning of the universe that was designed that allowed living beings that are also designed. Have you ever heard anybody talk about the machine of the human body or the machine that is the soul? Why? Because they are machines. They're biological machines. They're living, conscious, intelligent, literally biological machines. And we're self-sufficient. So there you have quantum physics. There you have the double slit experiment showing an observer to creation. You have supersymmetry showing a designer of creation. And then you have the fact of human bodies. Bodies that are called cells that divide to replicate. We have sexual reproduction. But we all replicate. And we're all perfectly designed to do so. We have a base structure called a skeleton. And then somehow we have blood veins set over that skeleton. We have internal organs. These are all parts of the machine. We have a muscular scheme, and we have skin holding it all together. All of these, all life is likened to a machine by science. Every living thing is likened to a machine by science because we are machines. Now, you've never seen a machine put itself together. If Dr. Alan Gates is right, Dr. James Gates, rather, and there is a designer of the universe, there would be a designer to the people, to the animals, the living creatures within it that put it all together. God said he made man in his own image, and he said that we were to subdue the earth. The second chromosome, I got David to admit, and agree with me, that the second chromosome that just happens to be fused together happens to be different from all the other great apes. And it's the one that probably allowed us to subdue the earth and become a god among the animals. The second chromosome is the chromosome that deals with intelligence, higher intelligence, and coordination. Then we have the science called biogenesis. Biogenesis is an actual science that observes the only way life comes about is through a previous life. It never has been observed to just form randomly. And they can't make it form randomly in a laboratory, no matter what they do to it. You can pile up all the building blocks, you can electrocute it, radiate it, but you can't make it pop to life. You can't make it evolve. Non-living things evolve into living things. It doesn't happen. It doesn't happen randomly. It takes a living creature to bring forth a living creature. It takes a conscious, intelligent creature to bring forth a conscious, intelligent creature. All of these things point to God. So to believe that life formed randomly is an absurdity. It's unnatural. So, while the evolutionists can't prove a thing that they say, because all they have are untestable hypotheses and things that are proven untrue, we can line God up with what we know of science, and every discipline out there is screaming, there's something you people are leaving out to the atheist. Because what the atheist believes is absurd. It's not natural. It doesn't happen in nature. They can't prove a common ancestor, for instance. They can't prove life formed randomly. Out of all the billions and trillions and quadrillions of life forms you can point to today, not one of them came about randomly. They all came about from a previous life form before them. And they say, well, God's not a life form. Why? Well, you say God's invisible. God is an energy. Are you saying it's impossible that there could be a living creature that's made of energy? Let me remind you that the double slit experiment teaches that all material is nothing but energy when it's not being observed. All material acts as energy. It doesn't act as matter unless it's being observed. So that means you, when you're not being observed, you act as energy. Energy is your natural state, not material. And we were made in the image of God. You saying energy can't live? Then, okay, God. God is said to be invisible, almighty, omnipresent, holds all of creation together. Dark matter and dark energy is said to be omnipresent, invisible, It's expanding the universe while it holds all of creation together. The exact description of God. Dark matter and dark energy, when taken in conjunction, every single thing we know about dark matter and dark energy, every one of its attributes, is an attribute of the Christian God. So all of science points to God. That's what we've got. That's what I've got. Now there's something else that the atheist doesn't know and doesn't figure in and doesn't care about. Christians, some people, and I'm not going to say just Christians, some people actually know God. Do you know your parents? How would you feel if I came up to you and I said, "Do you have parents?" And you said, "Yeah." And I said, "I don't believe you." And then what if you would say, "Well, I talk to them every day." I'd say, "So? I don't believe you." "They gave birth to me." "So? I don't believe you." How do I know they gave birth to you? How do I know you talk to parents every day? Now, you see, some people, actually literally do talk to God. God has been very good to some of us. Some of us have been healed many times miraculously by God. I had a series of heart attacks just last week. I kid you not. Over a year ago, in May of last year, I was in the hospital, and all four of my doctors never thought I would leave. Here I am. Heart and lung issues, but I'm here. I've been healed many times. I was healed as a 2-year-old of leukemia. Prayed over by people. See, God communicates with us. God has spoken to me. Now, I don't care who believes me. I don't care who don't. It's the truth. God healed a broken hand that I had immediately after it was broken, after we'd been moving the bones around. And he did that in front of 5 other witnesses. I don't care who believes me. I don't care who don't. Some of those witnesses are still alive. I have no reason to lie. Now, look, I don't want your money. I'm not a money monger. I'm not in this for money. I don't care about having a big channel. I don't monetize anything I do. So, what I'm saying because I believe in what I'm saying. The science and everything I know backs me. And I have an intimate relationship with God. He has literally spoke to me. He has literally warned me about bad things to come. And he has kept me and preserved me through it. Now, there's a lot of people out there that will tell you they know God. Not all of them do. I'll grant you that. But a lot of them do. Now, a lot of people will say, well, how fair is God to throw people of other religions into hell and the people that never heard of him? And, well, you see, they don't even know the Christian God. That's not what the Christian God says. All through the Bible, through the book of Romans here and there, the book of John, we find out that God gave every person in this world a measure of light or truth. And that we are responsible for what the light and truth God give to us. So if some fellow that lives in the Congo, a little barefooted naked guy, he's never heard the name of Jesus. God gave him light. God said even nature itself teaches us about God, even the eternal Godhead. So even this little naked fella that never heard of Jesus, he's received that light from God, He looks up at the sky. He lives in wonder. He knows that there's something to this. And then maybe he figures out, he gets it's not good to steal. It's not good to kill. He starts living the light that he was born with. He's accepted by God. That's according to the book of Romans, man. Now, I know not all people will preach that, but I don't preach what all people preach. I teach the Bible, the Word of God. I'm only interested in what God said. I'm not interested in what an atheist says, what an evolutionist says, what a preacher says, most of whom bring shame on the church nowadays. I'm interested in what did God say, and that's what God said. And science also says that there was an observer to the universe if there was a Big Bang. And maybe there was, but there had to be an observer for matter to act like matter. And it was designed according to string theory. And it took a living, intelligent creature to bring forth and create living, intelligent creatures, according to biology. Biogenesis. Then, my friend, scientifically speaking, it's extremely safe to believe that there is a God. And if you don't believe me, if you wonder, is there a God, just ask him. You know, if somebody's sincere with God, God will be very sincere with you. Now, tonight, you saw David run in circles. You saw he wouldn't answer questions. He hemmed around. And when it was my turn to bring up rebuttal and stuff, he wouldn't let it be rebutted. He didn't want it rebutted. He kept trying to interfere with that. And then when he asked for scientific proofs of God, what could I offer scientifically to show him God? He wouldn't even let me give him that. Why? Because he's afraid. David, I got nothing against you, dude. But don't fear, my friend. Drop your fears. Don't be afraid of the conversation. And that's what's wrong. You're afraid of the conversation. So with that being said, I do want to thank everybody for showing up. I appreciate you. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you very much for listening. My goodness, we've been at it for 5.5 hours. And to my naysayers, I don't care what criticisms the atheist might have in here. He had 2 solid hours where he was never interrupted. He was able to present all of his beliefs, all of his evidences. And yeah, after that 2 hours, when it's my turn to attack them, it's my turn to show him why he's wrong. If he's going to play games and he can't even answer a yes or no question with an yes or no answer, and he has to keep trying, like he agreed, for instance, that when matter is not being observed, it doesn't act as matter. It acts as a wave, like energy. He wouldn't even give me a yes or no answer, even after he already agreed, because he doesn't want to know. I find it sad that people are afraid of the truth. But God bless you. Thank you for coming. Jesus is coming. Thank you for being here. My other friends, thank you guys for watching, for sharing. I appreciate you. Thank you for being kind to the atheists, even if they weren't being so kind. It's quite all right. Love you all. This is Eric, aka Whoopin'. And my friends, here we go. We are out of here.